the president's office. Well, fortunately, we did not cut any of those fibers, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But we had 1,500 fibers to work with, and we had to remove 1,300. They were not on the plans because the service companies, that's a port area, or it was before development, and they had optic fibers that were passing through their gas lines as well. We started to find them once we continue working on the trench. So we worked together with the technical team of CAF, and we were getting along very well. And I thank you for being my friends. And we were able to work hand in hand. We had over 3,500 persons working, and we would encourage them and generate commitment from engineers, workers, and all of the persons who were there working. And we managed to form a family. It was a great challenge, and people took it up, and it was that's the reason why we were able to carry out and respect the program. The budget, we were able to respect it as well. The budget was 900 million. This was a success for us and for the government and for the people. And now we can develop other programs for in before it shortened the amount of time for passage through a certain zone from 1 hour to 12 minutes. I need to confess that we believe from CAF that a study case is yours, not from 900 million to 17 million, and also within the established time frame. As managers of projects, this is a good example for others. But you just mentioned the benefit, 48 minutes of reduction. But I remember, because I was also a neighbor and I worked, and that I saw the difficulty to be able to get to the office. And there were three difficulties. First of all, the private sector. This is a project in the zone, within the area of production. Secondly, the neighbors. And thirdly, how this type of work could be integrated as a public place. How did you handle this? Because I believe there's a lesson learned to be able to end the project on time. Yes, of course. It was a great challenge. We had to put 200,000 concrete. We had to place it. So all the treatment, all the restaurants were in that area. That's a very important commercial area in Buenos Aires. And we had to lay all this amount of concrete. So we needed to have a relationship with the community that had many activities there. We talked before, during, and after the project. The G20 was also there in Buenos Aires, with all what it implies, the movement of security, and we had to comply with the deadline, April the 30th. So it was a specific treatment, people that were prepared, and we were told, prepare the team because you will have a great project. Everyone was there according to our specialties. We prepared and we were there for this great challenge. On the other hand, the green spaces, These, as the video stated, over 60,000 square meters of green spaces. The neighbors suffered, but now they're profiting from wonderful spaces. They're green spaces to read, a great stairway that takes you to the Bridge of Women. That zone is revitalized and gain more value. So everyone is happy. During the work phase, we know that's complicated. Patience is needed, but we discussed it and we were able to work well and trying to make a city. Well, we had to do it. The city needed to continue functioning, but it was difficult. And you were looking at us from our offices to comply with the timing. Yes, sometimes we used to look at it from the windows and we said, I wonder if it will be okay, but we are all celebrating. Carlos, planning, important, 28 months, dialogue with the people who have a political overview, communication, stakeholders in the ecosystem, institutionality. This is a company constructed at a subnational level. There's the belief, well, the evidence leads to believe that after 40 years of centralization in Latin America, the departmental governments have less technical capacity. However, this company, ELSA, not only developed capacity, but also they managed to give value with different works. How do these lessons learned and this learning curve continue? How a company such as ELSA can continue escalating and contributing? It can be a $700,000 million project. What do you do with this learning, with this capacity? We need to challenge ourselves all the time. We thought about it for a long time because after a great project, it's like you remain not knowing how to continue motivating people because in Buenos Aires we needed more help. We started to look at different challenges, the free flow in Buenos Aires, the technology that is used in other countries. In Chile, for example, we have freeways, highways began with this system, and we started to transform the ways to manage these highways, the 50 kilometers of highway, and creating new challenges. For example, working in the automobile system. We're trying to improve the circuit of the city. We have new challenges, the viaducts that we have constructed, and we're trying to see other viaducts in the city, taking out all of the barriers. AUSA is a corporation with state capital, and by law, up to 40% of what it collects, it must be invested in maintenance and management operations. 55% goes to works of the city, and another percentage for subterraneous activities. So in the last 17 years, we became the most important construction company of the city. And we're very happy about it. It's a constant challenge, and this keeps us alert. It's the most difficult aspect. Keep the team motivated. We were talking about innovation, and we're working about on rather on AI. We are the company, the state company that has placed 1,500 solar panels. We are working a lot with renewable energy, and we have decreased by 50% the use of paper in companies. We work a lot, and for me, it's very important to look at sustainability, especially we generate a lot of carbon on highways. So to reduce the effects and the damage with new technologies, new ideas for generation of clean energy. Carlos, one of the conversations that we have every day in at our jobs and within the framework of this conference with governors, mayors, local stakeholders. How can we construct or exchange best practices? I believe that we love to reinvent the wheel, and I see people such as Guayaquil with over 16 operations, and they have worked a lot, learned a lot. I see Buenos Aires as well. We need to be able to connect these experiences. What are your three recommendations to this public to move forward with these types of projects, to have similar lessons such as those of Buenos Aires? This is difficult. I don't like to give advice, but well, I'm begging you to do it. Well, planning is very, very important. Before you begin, you need to have know how we're going to develop the project, what are the challenges, what are the risks of this type of project. That is important. Also be prepared professionally, be motivated basically. That's for taking up these challenges, and be ready to start the job. I think it's the most important aspect. Thanks to the team, the entire team, they were enthusiastic, and they were also really paying attention to all what was happening. When all of the team, technicians, politicians, the neighbors, the neighbors were very encouraged as well. Not during the works, but as we said, we were telling them that the end product was going to be good. I remember the people would walk every day 1 kilometer, and they would talk with the workers, and saying, do you know what you're doing? Do you know what this will become? And people were crazy. People were happy. We used to eat, and we were all together, politicians, workers, engineers, and people were very as enthusiastic. So we keep them moving, so that we moving, keeping up a pace in order to be able to respect the deadline. And I would imagine the sensation after the success. Carlos, and after this project and thinking about the future, companies such as AUSA, during a conversation that we had not too far ago, this experience of AUSA with this type of project is transforming it, not only looking at bioduct product, it's comprehensive. How was this transition? This begins to happen in other countries. After success cases, they don't only need to look for other markets, but they become specialized, and they transfer these lessons learned to other sectors. How did you go about it? When we did this project, Paseo del Bajo, we did San Martin and Mitre, viaducts, very, very important. works. And the idea of being able to transfer the knowledge, it's happening to us. We signed the day before yesterday an agreement with province of Mendoza for the free flow. We went to Paraguay to advise on trains, and we're doing the free flow for the Vaca Muerte road in Uquén. We are expanding. And the fact that we had this success experience, this generates trust to be called from other places. And to generate trust, that's the most difficult aspect. But the results helped us, and the support that we had from you, that was very, very important. We work with a multilateral with a success, and this opens a lot of doors. We are working, and this is what we love. And that was the other success driver. You need patience. Yes, Carlos, during the last 25 to 30 minutes, you have shown why you earned the recognition, a well done work of impact, and opens a window of opportunities for the city of Buenos Aires to continue working in Buenos Aires and throughout the country and in other countries. A round of applause for Carlos Alza and the city of Buenos Aires. Thank you very much. Thank you. To celebrate these projects that made a significant difference in the region, Christian Asinete, Vice President of Strategic Programming of CAF, who will grant the award. Quickly, because the truth is, as you may see, for those that are not from CAF, I'm from Argentina, Buenos Aires. Thank you very much, the Secretary of ONU Turismo, who is with here, all the entire team, Carlos, the people from infrastructure. The truth is that this prize is very important for Buenos Aires, well deserved. Due to all the work they have been carrying out, and I was lucky to be part of this project from the beginning. Since the first conversation, before becoming, before Horacio Rodriguez became the prime minister or the president, I had certain discussions, and he asked us to collaborate in this financing. Obviously, the president automatically said yes, and we began this process of working, and with the leadership of ALSA as well, and with the execution, we were able to move forward with this project. And now Nicolas Tupinian was in Istanbul in the World Congress of Roads, and they receive prizes as well. And this helps to improve the lifestyle of the citizens of Buenos Aires. The Port Madero green spaces were improved, and this also helps to reduce emissions with less traffic. From an economic and financial standpoint, the activities of the city of Buenos Aires have improved, and this is a project that is very comprehensive, and we're very proud that the city of Buenos Aires has chosen us as a development bank to carry out this project. In my case, from the beginning, I saw all of the progress, and now I have the possibility to work with the people. Well, I thank the people of CAF. They are the ones who work to make this a reality. And this is a reason, that's why we're very pleased. There are also the directors of CAF Ecuador approved this project. Thank you very much for being with us. And we're very pleased to be able to grant this award to the city of Buenos Aires, one of the most emblematic jobs of the last 50 years. The head of government of the city, Dr. Macri, and former government of the city, Larreta, he began this process. Congratulations.
¿Listo? ¿Terminamos?
A continuación tenemos la presentación del panel Una marca región para América Latina y el Caribe. En este espacio
Next, we'll be discussing a regional plan for Latin America and the Caribbean and how this can potentiate sustainable tourism and ancestral tourism in our region. We're joined by Oscar Rueda, Director of Sustainable Tourism within CAF, Gustavo Santos, the Director for UN Tourism, Diamora Carvajal Schumacher, ex-president of PROM Peru. They will share their perspectives regarding this exciting project. Before yielding the floor, we kindly invite you to watch the following video.
En América Latina y el Caribe.
In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are what we are, and we're close to what we do. From Mexico and Central America, going through the Caribbean, arriving all the way to the south of our continent. In our region, all paths are an opportunity for development, innovation, tourism and biodiversity, entrepreneurship and culture. We are immensely diverse, as unique as exciting. That is precisely where our enchanting magic is born. We're joyful people, beautiful landscapes, traditions, flavors, and much more. We are the power of diversity. We're joined no matter what borders exist. We have things over here and over there. This makes us one unique region. Together we raise our voice, and that's how the world will get to know us. This is our brand. Latin America and the Caribbean. All paths are an opportunity. We now invite our speakers to please be seated. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us at this new launch of our regional brand. It's an initiative, and it's a creation or an action led by CAF. Initially, it started in Sao Paulo. It was the result of a contest where over 500 creatives participated. It had a stellar moment in Madrid when we had the chance to present it to the touristic sector there, under the idea that this brand, among others, other market forces, will be an ally to promote tourism. We have with us Amora Carvajal, a Peruvian woman, a lawyer, and she has great experience in the touristic sector, particularly related to brands or tourism branding. In her most recent public intervention, she was the president of Prom Peru, which is an agency that invests in tourism, like in Colombia, Pro Colombia, and you also see in other parts of Latin America agencies that promote tourism. She has also gone through a ministry at the tourism directorship and other work related to the Peru brand. You might remember, I think it's one of the best positioned brands that we have in Latin America. Another emblematic product from Peru is its gastronomy. Amora was also behind all that building. There was a show of that new product at this forum, that new touristic and gastronomical product. We'll be talking to her about the brand. Also, we'll be speaking to Gustavo Santos, an Argentinian. He performs as the director of UN Tourism for our region in the Americas. He is the head in terms of touristic work. CAF and UN Tourism have done a great alliance, and this is one of its expressions. Liz Marie and Fitur recently launched the touristic brand, and it was accompanied by the signing of an agreement between our director and the Secretary General of UN Tourism in order to produce this brand from our communications and within UN Tourism events. Gustavo started this project off, and he's going to be also the initiative developer. Gustavo was the Minister of Tourism in Cordoba and also in Argentina. He brings a lot of experience and a lot of input when discussing the subject today. I'd like to start off the conversation with Amora. I'd like to ask her, because you often ask yourself, why did CAF decide to launch a brand? Why did it have this initiative that we have a regional brand? Amora, do you think that there was a need? Are we filling a void here? Something the region required? Does the region require a brand? Good day, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Oscar. It is great to be here, especially to talk about the regional brand. Beyond filling a void, I think that this is an opportunity for us to communicate what the region is about. We are seeing that it is like an I shape. What do we have? Innovation, entrepreneurship, culture. What else do we have? I think that's what it's about. The brand brings an opportunity for us to showcase everything that we have to offer. We were hearing during the forum how Americas is like the new Mecca, the new center for everything. It's the new center for peace, for biodiversity, and everybody has their sight on us. Every region has their problems, but we could have some issues. But in reality, we are a huge opportunity for the rest of the world. I think that this brand reflects that. We have everything, and we are very different. If you consider each country, it has its own identity. And that's also something interesting to underline and to mention. We can promote ourselves as a whole. For example, when you travel, to give an example, to Africa, you might think, well, but Africa. But every country in Africa is different. But we say we're going to Africa or we're going to Europe. And when you say you're going to America or the Caribbean, that's how we should promote ourselves, with our own inherent diversity. Amora, you say that the brand is an opportunity to identify a region. But since it's such a diverse region, referring to Latin America and the Caribbean, talking about it includes three languages: Portuguese, Spanish, English, French even. We have some French-speaking countries, and we also talk about a different ancestry, different cultures. So how does a brand identify what is diverse? Not just languages. We also have Guarani, we have Quechua, we have Aymara, all the ethnicities that exist, and the recovery that we want to perform. But we have commonalities. If we bear in mind, if you view things from an eagle's perch, if you ask somebody about the Caribbean, everybody will talk about culture, crafts, the wealth, historic wealth, that is, and gastronomy. The brand would allow us to talk even about more. It could be a seal of quality or proof of quality. If you have this brand, you belong to the Americas or the Caribbean, like Made in Italy, for example. We all know the Made in Italy brand, or Made in USA. This would belong to the Americas, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I think it's an opportunity for us to promote and position ourselves. If you talk about trade or tourism, to promote everything that the region has to show. Being as diverse as we are, because we can also say that we have snow, we have rivers, we have adventures in nature. But ultimately, we are a whole, because when people go out, or when people visit, or abroad, that is, like when we see what happens when people visit Europe and Africa. So a brand that identifies us as diverse and biodiverse, which is so important. Our countries are, well, not all of them, but we are rather Amazonian. We have both oceans, we have snow and to the south. Imagine Patagonia, what Mexico has to offer, the Caribbean, beaches. There's a lot of diversity, and I think that's important. That last message is key. When you ask what distinguishes Latin America, you might say it's people. The fact that they are open, that they are joyful people, that they like music. But in reality, the first identification for the region in LACRO is biodiversity. Latin America represents 50% of the world's biodiversity, which is what is worth the most nowadays, biodiversity. Gustavo, now specifically, not only referring to brands, but this brand specifically, the brand that you helped to build. What message do you get? What do you feel as a citizen from Latin America? What do you feel when you see this brand? What message does it bring? Is it a message that meets the purpose of reflecting us as a united region, as a powerful or strong region? The first thing I wanted to say is that we think of ourselves as individuals from a micro perspective, from Argentina, from Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, or wherever. Differences come up. We're all very different. We might even feel that these are differences that separate us considerably. But when we start to distance ourselves and see things from a different perspective, from another dimension, we come to realize that we're all Latin, that you have nothing to do with Asians, that you have nothing to do with Europeans, that you have nothing to do with the Middle East. Starting from the fact that we have nothing to do with Europeans, although a genetic footprint of familiarity. And we realize that we are Latin Americans, and that Argentinians, and that Colombians, and that Ecuadorians, even with our differences, Panamanians, have a lot more in common. A lot more than what joins us, not what separates us.
So that's a great challenge. One of the things that I found more interesting, I remember, well, we're part of a continent and we're constantly in confrontation. Co- Peruvian or Chilean? Well, maybe both. Peruvian, Maradona or Pelé. Maradona and Pelé. And we could continue to talk about many supposed contradictions that we have imposed. We create that ourselves. And maybe it's a time for the meeting, for becoming united. The need to understand that we are more than a possibility or potentiality. We've been talking about our region, the beginnings of the independence. But I believe it's time to understand the richness of the that there is in difference. That marks or paves the way, but that green represents durability, sustainability, and that red represents a passion. It's one of our strengths. You have said it very well. We are the reserve of sustainability of the planet. We allow a great part of the world to breathe as Amazonian's area absorb a lot of the contamination of the planet. We are the motor and the engine of the world, and we are that red, extraordinary, the passion of the world, continent of emotivity of the planet. Let's compare ourselves to Asia, to the Europe that is growing old, the Middle East. Let's compare ourselves. When we compare ourselves with the others, we see how wonderful we are, how we touch each other, how we sing, we laugh, we touch each other, we laugh. That orange that represents also the forest, the blue represents our waters. We are the most important source of water of the planet. That's the way. Those colors are very significant. And after you, that's very subjective. I'm interpreting. I'm taking the liberty of looking at the process of communication, and I become the receptor who defines the person who projects the message. If from the top to the bottom, we have common waves, but from the bottom top, it's the flower that opens in the future of hope. The original brand had was black and it transformed. But I would like to see a black also in the brand, because 1 out of 4 of us are Afro descendant, and that's part of our roots as well. So I would like to see more black and not only white, uniting and the diversity that's a bit complicated. I see success will be to make it visible, interpreted. It's like when we read a poem, for each one it represents something different, but there's always something more and different from what it represents for the other person. And we hope that with this agreement that we sign and what with all for all in all events, our brand will be present. I would invite all of you and all of those who are listening through streaming. Let's use it. Let's love it. Let's interpret it. Let's multiply it. The Peru, Colombian, Chilean, all the brands are wonderful. You have a marvelous vision of what we want to transmit with the brand. And at the end, with those, we have the rationale. We need to explain. They need to explain what they need to transmit. But that is not what matters. What matters is what the person receiving the brand, what this person is perceiving, and I think this is generalized, analyzed. Each color represents something with passion, sustainability, the red, the green. And the way how this is designed, these are paths. And paths for what? There's something missing, and it's Latin America and the Caribbean. Each pathway, an opportunity, and that is the meaning. It's a message of hope, and we have it to become bigger. The brand Peru, we identify, well, whether it's the most beautiful or not, that's not the point. The best brand is the one that is there without disappearing quickly. Each person or each country has its own brand, and we want the brand of Latin America. We want this to go to accompany it. How do you think they can complement each other and not being in competition? A brand such as Peru, you worked on this, or these other brands that we're seeing now. How can they go in hand with the brand of Latin America and the Caribbean? So what matters is that the governments, the authorities should say, okay, this is the brand Latin America and the Caribbean that we want to promote. We're sure we want it to be the main brand, the umbrella brand, and it's important for the authorities to also put resources. We need promotion, yes. There are agreements, commitments, yes. But on the other hand, the countries would say they want to be different. So why should I be part of a global brand if I have my resources to be different from Peru, Ecuador, Mexico, Brazil? But I repeat, it's an opportunity. Why? Because it's a brand that reflects us, because we have our own identity, as Gustavo stated it. We have a common identity. We're different from those of Europe, Asia, Oceania. And we need to look at ourselves in a macro manner. We have said it before, it's a region of hope for the world. So we in Europe, a European comes to our region, and he or she can find whatever. We have a phrase, a Peru for each person. If you like nature, you find it. If you like culture, you find culture. You find different people. So it's the same thing, but applicable to the entire region. You find something for everyone. So it's a challenge, yes, but it's not impossible. The good news is that through ONU Turismo, CAF, you have that commitment of continuing to advance as a single region. And before ending this part, do you remember in 2010, obviously the football unites you, and we are a football or soccer region. Yes, Gustavo is laughing, yes, smiling because of Argentina, of course. The World Cup unites us as well. And when we have a country of Latin America, even if I haven't classified, I'm there supporting that country of Latin America. In 2010, when the soccer cup went to Africa, do you remember Shakira's song, Waka Waka? What was she saying? This is time for Africa. And I would say, Oscar, this is time for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. We We need this rhythm and this melody to apply it here. Last two questions. I think we projected the message that we wanted, and this brand that accompanies the brand of Latin America is the country brand used to promote commerce, to promote identity, to promote tourism, and to promote investment. Gustavo, quickly, how should we use the brand of Latin America and the Caribbean, this regional brand, to promote tourism? How should we use it? Profit to promote our tourist destination? Well, I believe the first thing, let's do an exercise. Let's look at the scran. You have it up there. I have it in front of me. Let's just look at the colors that represent the individual brands, and then let's look at the global brand, and let's look at the aesthetics, the integration of colors integrated in our brands. Our colors are represented in the common brand. I think together we should use it. What do I mean by this? We are individuals, but we are also a whole. So we can use it together, and where we're doing things such as these, that brand should be the main thing. No se escucha. I apologize, I lost audio. This is interpreter.
Esos caminos también son una Latinoamérica integrada.
That's an integrated Latin America. Latin America and the Caribbean integrated, exactly, for investments and for foreign commerce. That is important. For investment, we talk about legal stability. We need to have clarity and opportunities for investment in what sectors. We have many sectors in Latin America and the Caribbean for investment. And nowadays, yes, Europe is, everything is all done. So there's a lot of opportunities for Latin America and the Caribbean. We travel with the portfolio of interesting projects attracting investment to our region. We talk about it with businessmen, businesswomen, and yes, where things can take place is in this region. If you're not here, if you don't look at this region, you're out. Before it was said that Europe only looks at our region through Brazil. It's like they only wanted to invest in Brazil. That has changed. So they look at the entire landscape. There are opportunities from Mexico, Panama. There are so many in Honduras as well. El Salvador is out there. It was not before. And that has to do with safety as well. When we talk about the brand with investment, we need to think about all what we're doing. And for this, it's also important to see how the governments are promoting not only the portfolio of investment, but also safety and legal safety as well. So there are lots of opportunities, and business people, they are aware of this. So we need to continue using this brand. Thank you very much, Samara and Gustavo. We managed to leave the message out there, and the great opportunity of the brand based on how each one will use it. We need to feel it is ours. We are Latin Americans, Caribbean. This is marking the way. Each cat is there to so that these opportunities become a real reality. These are we thank Ono Turismo, this great partnership that we have, and there are many manifestations for investment, for seminars, for challenges, and we will see this a little bit later. Ricardo later is here. I thank him for his support for the construction of this reality, and we're proud of this. We should be proud. We need to own it. And especially, we're very proud. We are Latin Americans and Caribbeans. We're proud. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would invite you for an official photo of with the three of you. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor to welcome you on behalf of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, to look at the indigenous projects within the framework of the Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you all for being here. Our regards to Natalia Bayona, Executive Director of ONU Turismo, Vice Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Mr. Aguila, Gustavo Santos, Regional Director for ONU Turismo, and the representatives of Arahuaca of Colombia, Gunayala of Panama, and Quichua from Ecuador. My name is Carolina Corteza, Main Executive of Sustainable Tourism of CAF, and I will be your MC. Traditions and cultural practices for a wonderful experience. To begin this session, Oscar Ruegas will address opening remarks welcoming the tourism director of CAF. The tourist product and tourist attraction has been changing over time. Evidently, when tourist movements began, generally originated because of religious reasons, obviously after it became a matter of status, and you could see it on the photo if you were next to Machu Picchu or the Eiffel Tower in the photo. That was my presentation. And after we have evolved, and I would say in part is the consequence of the COVID. Now we appreciate better the resources of nature. And today, before, well, now we prefer landscape because maybe when we were enclosed, we became more anxious to be part of nature to because we were there and we did not really pay attention to it. We had not verified that how we damaged nature, and because we were not able to leave the houses, nature was even more beautiful. So that made us think about tourism in a more responsible way. So I was saying the photo was very important. So now the important thing is that I be part of the photo as an experience, not only visually. And obviously, one thing is for me to stand next to a person who works in the coffee field, and another thing is for me to participate, producing or benefiting for that from that coffee, and to then drink a coffee that I prepared myself. Those are the values being appreciated, because the reason for tourism is to acquire knowledge in the best way possible and acquire other values through tourism, which is tolerance. Because the more you get to know other cultures and other manifestations, you appreciate better and you respect diversity. Therefore, when we see nature and experience, we're talking about culture. I always repeat the same message, and people are tired of hearing me saying it. The most important value and what we need to promote mostly is culture. And they would say that what attracts is the beaches, according to records. Yes, but people will say yes, this beach is a place where some are more beautiful than others. But people will say that, but culture, where does the culture come from? You can say that one beach is more beautiful than another, but you cannot say that one culture is better than another. And if you want to say that one culture is better than another one, it's the one that can keep conserve its characteristics, to be able to share it, and a culture that is conserved despite of the fact that it's being shared, making sure that sharing it does not really damage it or affect it. So where are we rich? What's our richness? Our ancestors or indigenous? Look at the European product mentioned before. What can they show us? They're very old, they're ruins, and we don't have ruins. We have a real culture, live culture. How many opportunities are we losing? The possibility of bringing more tourism. We can profit and ask our indigenous people to share their culture. In Colombia, the indigenous of Sierra Nevada call us the minor brothers, and we are the older brothers and sisters. We have more knowledge, and what is sacred is conservation. With Ono tourism, after the experience that we had last year in Cartagena, we have decided to launch the challenge indigenous tourism, and this is about promoting indigenous projects, profiting from the great richness of our indigenous brothers, and to request that they be open to share knowledge so that we can share it with our tourists. We have over 850 families, communities of indigenous people in our continent, 58 million. That is, we have a great wealth. There are organizations, there are movements here in Panama, in particular, products that are very well used by indigenous communities, but we want that to become the main product for Latin America and the Caribbean to be shared with others. Natalia Bayona, who is the head, the partner with whom we have been able to develop many initiatives, and also with Gustavo, and we're very proud of that partnership with Ono Turismo. She will present the challenge with CAF. We have been developing, this will be the second version, and Oro Turismo became specialized in developing here in Panama. We had one in Colombia and Panama, these challenges. There's a lot of experience, and this is what they can produce. And this, the final result, this is a competition we're opening to motivate everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon to everyone. It's for me, it's 6:45 p.m. And as a Latin American, as a Colombian, this is a special day. We stated it talking to our colleagues to CAF. I was coming from Morocco, and from here I'm leaving towards Qatar. But this is not very diplomatic, but my illusion is to bring projects to my region, to Latin America. And today we are pleased to launch a new partnership, a new project between ONU Tourism and CAF as Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. The first thing we're going to talk about, what does ONU Tourism, what does an agent of the UN does in terms of innovation and technology. This big project began 6 years ago. We approached the ministries of tourism with the startups, with the innovation, with the seed risk capital, with the academia. We bring these together. What for? To strengthen tourist innovation, to generate development of technology, and so that if there's need, eliminated red tape, access to capital, and with the Tourism World Organization, things can move faster. We promote solutions to have a more responsible and sustainable tourism. And yes, indeed, we have a big project for training online for entrepreneurs, for public servants as well, to use digital tools as part of their works. Interesting things from the tourist sectors that I would like to share with you. And that's my first question. How many of you work in tourism? That's great. I see former ministers and I see people who work in tourism. But for those who are not working in tourism, that is very important. From ONU Turismo, we have over 15,000 startups from over 150 countries. 23.8% of those startups in tourism are led by women, or they have as a promoter, main promoter, a woman. That's very important because tourism employs a lot of young people and women, but we need to work on technology and entrepreneurship to have added value in this sector. 27% of those women are in Latin America, especially in America, and especially in the US, in Colombia, in Mexico, in Canada, and in Chile. We have done over 20 programs in the last 6 years, and the top 350 startups that have been through the innovation program of the World Organization of Tourism have been founded with over $200 trillion. Social innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, development of new technologies, AI, big data, blockchain, but a great component needed for Latin America and maybe That's a victory for early victory for the region. Social innovation. Why? You know it. We as Latin Americans, we know it. A great part of what Latin America needs is to strengthen the equality of opportunities so that people that have been at a vulnerable in a vulnerable position so that they may have options for serious organized work work. And what we see through in social innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, we can have quick results. Why? Let's tell you a bit what's the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean in tourism. 2024 in tourism, very well, incredibly well, but as anything else in life, if we're doing well, we have we need to sustain these results. We have over 11 million of people in Latin America and the Caribbean, tourists, and if we compare these figures of tourism before COVID and now, something that is very important. Did you know that who can tell me the top 5 countries that are growing in tourism? Not those who are receiving more people, but those who are growing more. Not Oscar, please. For your surprise, number 1 is Qatar. Albania, no, I'm sorry, I need to correct this. Albania is the country that grew 80%, and the second country is Saudi Arabia, and third, my beloved Colombia, the fourth, Morocco's. And I love this because these are the emerging destinations. Those are the ones that are growing the most, and more foreign investment are being attracted. This is why do we need to tell you about it? In Latin America, there's a high growth, and we need to profit from this with social innovation. Why? You know it better than I do because you live in Latin America. I live in Spain. I travel a lot, but you live in this 40% of the economy in Latin America is informal. Creation of jobs is very difficult. Just 1% of growth annually in development of new formal employments. So he's telling me to go fastly, but he took away 10 minutes from my presentation. The digital gap, only 30% of the population have digital skills, and job labor participation 52% was the participation rate for women. So talent, 33% of women in Latin America want to create new entrepreneurship. And obviously, there's a great opportunity for business and for social tourism and community tourism. That is why the partnership CAF and ONU Tourism for generating development. We hope $2 billion will be invested, and 14% growth is expected in tourism. Community tourism, here, former Minister of Panama, we have had community competitions where we help people who were in vulnerable regions and rural zones who have never been able to have education or entrepreneurship opportunities. We help them through the Colombo American Chamber and the private sector and some universities. In the case of Colombia, there were over 1,600 social entrepreneurs from Colombia for moving from informality to create other products of community and social activities. And we see the photos where they have been trained and they have been able to reach international markets. The same was the case with Panama, over 65 participants, and effectively. Besides the seed capital, they were handed support, given support to expand their social and community tourism worldwide. Once done, we have created for social innovation. The first challenge was focusing on green projects. As Gustavo stated it, Oscar as well, this is the more diverse biodiversity region. We need to strengthen it. And for programs, the seed capital with Ono tourism, we got support, and here we're here to present this challenge and to sign an agreement. Why? Because half of my I'm half Wahida. That means I have part of me is indigenous and from Santander as well. I'm from Santander as well. Tradition is something that moves us. The tradition, what makes us unique from Mexico to Uruguay, how through this indigenous tradition we have been able to develop the health, develop the spiritual world, aspects have better well-being, good gastronomy, good art. And this is why we're here today, so that all of those who business people who want to work towards indigenous tourism. We have over 800 population of indigenous people in Latin America, and basically the idea is key because the categories that are not priority between ONO tourism and CAF are the empowerment of communities, having development for the communities, not only promote the destination, but have that tourists package those dollars, those euros or whatever, that development, financial development should benefit the groups with local preservation of the tradition, promoting their indigenous culture and food, conserving the culture, and those who apply and work with us, with the UN, approach them, take them to the ministers so that they can tell their stories, mentorship, support from the CAF, access to ONU tourism and presentation at a final innovation event. This is the calendar, and to end, we're launching today. We have up to the 30th of April. I love all of the iPhones and mobiles are taking photos. This is important, up to 30%. That's the deadline to present the solutions. Then there will be a jury who will define the finalists. Then we will evaluate. And in 2025, after the 20th of August, we will have to define an event, and the finalists will come and present the best options. I hope it's very clear, brief but clear and to the point, and I would like to invite all of those who are here to not only apply but also tell the story, tell other entrepreneurs who want to have a more just, more focused Latin America focus for the development of tourism, invite them to apply to companies for the growth of the economic sector that I like the most, tourism, to help for the growth of this tourism sector. Thank you very much, Natalia, for your words. And now I would invite Guna Chaparro. She's an indigenous from the Arahuaca community of Colombia. She will share her vision on indigenous tourism. You have 3 minutes. Good afternoon to everyone. For me, it's a challenge to be here to talk about tourism because there are a lot of concessions in terms of, or concepts on tourism. What is missing within the territory is to have a collective vision and a coordination. And to go to the point, I want to begin as what it has been mentioned by Natalia. Colombia is one of those places that is visited the most because of tourism. In this respect, I come from the Morocco community, and in the last years, it has been like an open book, an open space to allow tourism, but if there's coordination with the main authorities. Why? Because tourism as well, it is there sometimes, but there's no coordination, and especially when we are getting into places that are prohibited for us. In this respect, we're always teaching people how to have governance within the territory. If we cannot allow tourism when there are agencies or persons from abroad and all of the benefits is lost. So how do we benefit from this? So we want to participate more. I'm talking about Sierra Nevada because I come from that area, and it could be like a pilot for other communities. This could be a new alternative for development of the territory. So it's a way because 34% of the protected areas are close to the indigenous communities. It's their main allies, and being their main allies, how can others profit? And why can't we have the same administration? And why can't it be a tourism where we can join? So I believe one of the challenges is to unify visions for development and coordination with the indigenous communities, taking into account. Well, I have 3 minutes. I don't want to go beyond my time. But basically, how to unify tourism, but also what are the main challenges? Because we need a tourism where we can add values, external values, and also looking at internal reserves of the community, indigenous community, that resources of the community. That is my contribution to the audience, and we are working constantly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guna, for your words. And now I would invite Sogijili Diaz from the Gunayala community, president and co-founder of the Indigenous Raid Tour Network of Panama. Thank you. Degite Nogalimala. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Yes, it is true, as it has been mentioned by my colleagues. Tourism has become, in these last years, a main an important tool for development of the indigenous population. We, the indigenous people of Panama, we believe in the true or authentic tourism, but respecting our values, our traditions, our costumes, and empowering our communities. Important to mention without avoiding commercial exploitation, not losing our traditions as communities. Tourism brings a lot of benefits, and I would like to mention that it contributes for governance of the communities. It's a part of the economy of the communities. It encourages the participation of women. Women have a participation over 60% for the family for tourism. If used positively, tourism can help very much for the development of the indigenous communities. I would like to mention the Gunayala community, the Comarca, with an interesting governance model. We have created, in this case, regulations for indigenous tourism in our territory, conduct of code for tourists, and of course, very important, respect to our communities, and the of respect for activities to be conducted within our comarca. We are looking after our security and protecting our territories. The tourists that visit us, as we would say, as Panamanians, they cannot do as they like. They should respect our authorities, our communities that are receiving the tourists. And the tourism has brought benefits that are interesting for the Kuna population. The communities, there's a special fund for them and for development of agriculture, for community development, and that is why it's important to mention that tourism should be responsible. For those who are visiting us should be responsible, and we as a network, I would like to underscore, we have participated in the to put together the code code of conduct with the help of ONU Tourism, Jean-Philippe Lemoine, from the Indigenous World Alliance, ALTA, the Association of Indigenous People of Canada, and with other populations of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have created the Latin American Caribbean Network for Indigenous tourism. There's something important that I would like to mention in this space, and Panama currently is the only country that has a law for indigenous tourism, Law 290, which right now we are regulating with the support of the Authority of Tourism of Panama, Vice Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, in Inter-American Development Bank, and of course I want to thank the Tourism Authority and the Vice Ministry of Indigenous Ministry for the job they're doing in coordination with the 12 territories of the indigenous population of Panama. This law, the main objective is to encourage the sustainable development of the indigenous population through tourism. This means that we as communities, we cannot just be spectators. We need to be main actors in decision making and planning and development of indigenous tourism in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gilivi. Now we are going to hear from UN Tourism CIF, represented by Natalia Bayona and Oscar Rueda. They're going to subscribe to an agreement that makes this challenge launch a possibility. As witnesses of honor, I now invite Gunas, Noikili, and Veronica from the Gender and Inclusivity and the Diversity and Equality. Gustavo Santos, please approach us, and also the Vice Minister of Indigenous Affairs, Julio Aguila.
No, no, esperemos a que va a mandar a receso.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos en la zona de lanzamiento.
Thank you very much for joining us at this launch. Today, we've had the privilege to learn about projects and initiatives that are redefining the landscape in our region, all the way from innovative solutions to infrastructure, sustainability, and advancements in tourism and culture. Every presentation has offered new perspectives and strategies in order to confront the current challenges. At this point, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 3:15 Panama time. Thank you.
entre 0 y 7 años. Y poder cambiar el país como se lo había prometido al pueblo, el presidente, era una decisión muy difícil y muy importante y tenía que ser muy estratégica. Y es por eso que se decide trabajarla en 2 vías. Por un lado, las estrategias del presidente muy orientadas a preparar las condiciones, a generar un contexto que realmente nos permitiera y la implementación efectiva de la política pública que se estaba diseñando. Y por el otro lado, la primera dama impulsando el sembrar esta semilla en este terreno fértil que se estaba construyendo. ¿Y cómo se siembra esa semilla? Se siembra en la etapa más importante y crucial de los seres humanos, en la primera infancia. ¿Por qué? No lo digo yo, no lo dice la primera dama desde su perfil profesional como psicóloga y educadora prenatal y perinatal. Lo dice la evidencia científica, lo dice la historia. La primera infancia es la etapa más importante de un
early childhood is the first, it's the most important period where cognitive basis, physical, social, and emotional bases are set out. All what they receive or don't receive, a girl, a boy, will determine his or her present and his and her future. That's a country strategy that El Salvador is using for the growth of the human capital, promoting the possibility of development for boys and girls. This is an economic strategy which is effective. And once again, I'm not saying this, but studies such as Dr. James Hector confirms that investment in early childhood are very effective with an effective turnaround. For each dollar invested in attention, you have a return of approximately $18. This is a good strategy for the country. Since 2019, we have been building this new country, giving priority to early childhood in a cross-cutting manner. We are represented by different institutions of the government. We all have a common vision. We began developing a strong legal framework. It was important to secure resources. The Minister of Finances is here with me, and the law request demands a gradual investment for early childhood to guarantee resources for implementation. It creates more institutionalities. Crecer Juntos was created, and this allows us to have more sustainability along the time. Then we started to work in different aspects. We seek working in multidimensional aspects, health, nutrition. We began to work on these areas, changing the model completely. It's not only transformation of 28 maternity rooms, but the transformation of the way how you offer services, including fathers from the beginning, redefining the importance of the parents in the lives of girls and boys, promoting breastfeeding, and then we also look at a large population of women who cannot go out to work because they don't have who to take care of their children. Therefore, we have initiatives to incorporate more centers for attention to look after children so that women can be incorporated and they have a very important role in the economy. In terms of school, we are reforming schools with great investment for infrastructure, and also to look at how to help our directors and personnel to train them so that they be able to teach in an efficient way, teach children the way according to their needs. All of the children of the public system are being equipped with tablets and computers. We have a new curriculum specialized for early childhood. Why? Because everything has changed. Needs are different. We live in a different world, and we need to keep up with the changes. We're working in a new country. Before, we could not take children to school because it was dangerous to go to certain areas. We could not receive a health provider because they could not enter into certain places. Now the spaces are ours, and we need to adequate them so that children and family can take advantage. This is a great investment to work also in the sectors of tourism, culture. We have over 1,000 square kilometers in the National Library. We have two mobile libraries, two parks that are being redesigned, and the spaces for culture, archaeology. We're opening the doors so that Salvadorians and foreigners can come to know this new country and enjoy it. We have a national strategy. You heard it you saw it on the video, using games. That is, with games in El Salvador, we promote learning. We work on topics that are very important, such as mental health. Through games, we construct relationships as well. Well, in closing, because I'm out of time, we are in a country that is open to many opportunity, and what is important to guarantee durability, we need to work in teams. This is an effort of various sectors, and we're opening several opportunities to join to continue to grow together. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister. Thank you very much, Oscar. The country is certainly living a transformation, profound transformation. We passed, we transitioned from being a country with high level of criminality to from 106 homicide per 100 inhabitants to 1.6 at the closing of percent in 2024. This has been a public safe security policies that help us to grow in the short, medium, and long term run, and the fiscal policy has to be a part of the plans. In this respect, it has been a priority of the President of the Republic to strengthen the fiscal aspects of the country. And we have been working on this in the diverse aspects, expenditures, budget, revenues, and in handling the public debt. How have we been doing this? In terms of revenue, we have passed from 2020, we have registered an increase of over 2,500 millions in taxes. We went from having 18% of the GDP to 21% of the GDP. How are we doing this? With strategies for modernizing the taxes. We have implemented electronic invoices, and we have an aggressive plan against tax evasion. In terms of public expenditures, we are also trying to become more efficient, cutting expenses. We have gone from gaps of over $1 million in the budget, and for 2025 we have a very balanced budget. What does this mean? Basically, the expenditures by the government will be financed with its own revenues. We will not have to issue debts or bonds to finance expenditures of the budget, and this is done without sacrificing public investment. We have a public investment budget of approximately 1,700 million for 2025. this process of efficacy of the public expenditures are done prioritizing well-being for the population, benefiting all investment in infrastructure, physical infrastructure for the economic growth. The main priorities of the government are health, education, and security. We have 35% of the budget, approximately 10 points of the GDP for this, and this is very important. As Alexandra pointed out, the budget for the program Learn and Grow Together, we are assigning approximately 600 million towards investment that are cross-cutting for this policy. The same we're doing for public debt. We have carried out several operations for handling liabilities that would have allowed us to save significantly in the cost of our debt. But more important, the savings have been good to strengthen the curve for long-term and short-term expiry of certain bonds. Originally, the totaling 800 million, and we managed to reduce it to 99 million. That was paid yesterday, and the other expiry dates were for the short and medium term, and we also were able to make changes to short-term adjustments to short-term debts in the short term. All of these adjustments have allowed the country to register significant positive qualifications. Now we are in range. We went from C to B by the Moody's. We were able to improve in our risk qualification very quickly, and this is not common for a country. Recently, the staff level agreement with the International Monetary Fund was announced. It will be approved very soon by the International Monetary Fund directors to reinforce the fiscal aspects of the country and sustainability of the debt in the short, medium, and long term without sacrificing investments in infrastructures and in other sectors for the country. This agreement with the International Monetary Fund is not for rescuing, as is the case in other countries. It's an agreement that will launch economic growth that the government is seeking. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Now going to the real economy aspects, Mrs. Minister. Thank you, Oscar. Good afternoon to everyone. I should confess that it's a challenge to share in 5 minutes the transformation of El Salvador from a financial perspective. I would like to begin with certain figures, what has been done from an economic standpoint in terms of where we are. Data that I consider to be quite important to share with you. Last year, it was the 4th year that El Salvador, its GDP grew over the growth before 2019. 3 years of consecutive positive growth as compared to the past. Behind these macro data, we see high interest now that we have safety for Salvadorians, for business people. We're talking about 62% of growth of companies from 2023 to 2024. Over 5,300 new companies have been created last year. And for tourism, one of the sectors that has benefited more after improvement of security, Salvador occupies the second position in terms of growth in this sector worldwide. Not in Central America, not in Latin America, but it's the second country that is growing most rapidly. Our tourism, to give you an idea, it has grown 81% between 23 and 24%. 2023 and 2024, a lot. These are variables that give you information on where is El Salvador and where are we heading. How has this been able to become a reality? I may say that the variable that this influence has had, security has influenced this. Safety, that should be a basic right for all of the populations, but unfortunately here it's a luxury to have it. And El Salvador, owing to this vision and the execution of Najib Bukele, we have this security that for many years was the greatest barrier to the economic growth of our country. After recovery of this safety from a micro, we have micro companies being able to sell. We have distribution companies that are no longer paying millions of dollars to take products to the entire territory. The impact on security has been great, but definitely it will be even greater in the future. Something that is important also, the comprehensive work to create all of the conditions for local international companies, micro or larger or international multinational companies need in order to be able to establish, operate, and grow in our countries. Our companies are our clients. They're not enemies as they were seen in the past. And that has allowed us to create an ecosystem for economic growth, inclusive and sustainable, and in which we're working now. This includes the elimination of red tape, which was also one of the barriers to economic growth. I would say very close to the topic of insecurity, red tape, and this represented a high cost for El Salvador. We have advanced with partnerships such as that with Google to know that we have a government that is a modern government. Therefore, the elimination of bureaucracy has been important. Modernization of our legal framework. The Vice President of the Assembly will give you further information on this, but we continue to work to modernize legal framework to adapt it to today's reality and facilitate commerce, mobility, commerce, that those have been aspects and the projects we have been working on very strongly. El Salvador is considered a country in Latin America that has a system and a sustainability in the manner in which it works to facilitate commerce. We have 17 government institutions, 7 commerce and industry associations that work to advance in facilitating commercial activities to become more competitive. In closing, 2 of the great projects that we have for the future, having eliminated all of the limitations or restrictions, the talent. We have a great investment for the future focused on ensuring that our youth or population will have the skills needed by the companies, and something that is very important, we will continue to promote innovation and adoption of new technologies because that would allow us different as opposed to other countries in the world. El Salvador will have an approach of focusing on productivity, which would allow us to continue to position ourselves in the international market. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mrs. Vice President. Thank you very much, Oscar. Thank you all, the CAF team, which has allowed us to be here. It's my pleasure to be here. And for the first time, we will tell you what has been our story. El Salvador was the most violent country in the country without being in wars. The numbers are really devastating. Only in 2015 was one of our most violent years. I'm mentioning this because it's very important to remember where we're coming from. And especially, I would like to mention that nothing that has been given to us, no recipe has functioned during 30 years. So I believe we talk begin with the first possibility of creating public policies, laws, taking decisions. You need to think out of the box. We all need to think out of the box. We need to have the freedom. Don't be afraid of being criticized. Is the only way you can change our realities, our countries, especially through Latin America. No country in the world has lived what El Salvador went through during almost 30 years. That phenomenon, pandillas or gangs, we have over 82,000 men in prison waiting to be processed judicially. And unfortunately, these are young men aged just 18 and 45 years waiting to be judged. To be 2,500 women are part of these gangs, and they're in prison as well. I love to remember this information because we were criticized on the 27th of March 2022 when we decided to use a legal and constitutional tool in the Legislative Assembly at the request of the president to approve a regime of exception. We have had over 722 days without homicides since 2019 when Bukele became the president of El Salvador. Daily homicides were a reality, and they were related to the gangs, and the cases of feminicides and violence against women are also related to these gangs. Part of the economic aspects, a lot of companies did not want to invest in El Salvador, so this is also related. There's a lot of interest now. A lot of companies had left the country before because of the amounts extortions by the gangs, and this did not allow economic growth. What have we managed to do? Work and personal safety of each one of the persons, not only in El Salvador, but also not only for Salvadorians, but also for tourists. 1.7 millions of tourists were received in 2019, and since 2023, 2024, the numbers are 4 million. This wouldn't be possible if we couldn't guarantee their personal safety. Then legal security, of course, through the Legislative Assembly. We in El Salvador, we took the decision. I represent the Salvadorian population, and I'm clear on this, but the Salvadorians know that they elected me and my colleagues to offer governability to the president, because we already had periods of government without governability, and this was not positive for El Salvador. We have changed, and one of the most important aspects, of course, we politicians, public servants, we should be able to exchange experiences, but what is more important, we should not disconnect from the population. We are here due to a constitutional mandate. We are here due to the voting of the population, and the public servant that disconnects from the population loses his or her vision. And third aspect, we are thinking about economic safety for the country. We are still in a process because there are over 30 years have passed where El Salvador lived in corruption, and this corruption was not only money loss, but also opportunities for the Salvadorian population that were lost, and this money remained in the pockets of a few. So some lessons learned. Point number one, we all need to take concrete decisions in Latin America if we wish to progress. Point number two, we need to work against or fight against corruptions. We need to demand all of the public servants and demand from those who manage public resources to stop stealing. That's the first thing. Secondly, we need to think that what is more important is our population. We cannot separate from them. We need to work together, and we need to rethink all of those theories of division of powers that were taught at the university. We need to reconsider, and we all live in a country, and that country is our ship. If that ship sinks because of personal interest, we will sink that country. So one great reflection, cultural changes are very difficult, but it's worth it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now invite the director so that he can share his comments. Thank you, Oscar. I think that the security issue has been very important, given the area that I'm involved in, which is culture. All this translates into two things: recovering spaces and also the good use of them. In the video, you watched the National Library, and this is an impressive piece of infrastructure, and it holds a lot of knowledge. It accounts for specialized tools to care for early infants and people with disabilities, and for caring for youth, teenagers, to learn and make use of technology. It is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thousands of Salvadorians can go, enjoy it, and foreigners are also enjoying it. Up to date, this was inaugurated a year ago, and we have over 2.6 million participants, which is unthinkable compared to years before. Open 24/7. We have a renewed historic center, which just doesn't just involve infrastructure. Its spaces are being used for what it is, because a theater is not a theater if it does not have an audience, and if it doesn't have an orchestra or a dance company, it's not complete. In these spaces, we have a permanent cultural agenda for every moment of the day. In the past, given the security transformation that we've seen in the country, concerts can no longer take place after 3 p.m. The population would worry about how to get home because they would be afraid of mobilizing at that time. Plus, it was still work hours, but that doesn't happen anymore. Salvadorians go to work, and afterwards they have the opportunity to go to a concert at any time of the day and enjoy it without any fear. That's the type of transformation that has taken place in culture and art. We have a new music school. We went from having 1,000 members after transforming the school. After 3 or 4 days, we had 4,000 pre-registered children. And all that translates into trust. Trust regarding what we're doing. Trust in that I can take my kid at any time. School can be at 8 or 9 p.m., and you can be assured that you can move along any part of the country without any fear. We have a band in El Salvador as an emblematic project with an important investment. It gathers 6,000 musicians nowadays, but these musicians can belong to any part of the country. Even the furthest remote areas, there is somebody from the Banda El Salvador. But what matters the most is that this hasn't just been a musical achievement. It's created a sense of belonging, not only those who make up the band El Salvador, but their families and their communities. Families feel a part of the El Salvador band. They will say, my child is in the El Salvador band. And now the community likes to say, our kids participate in the El Salvador band. So it's been a real transformation on the issue, which I deal with, art and culture, closely related to what you all work with. Where are we headed now? We are headed towards more sustainable development, towards developing our human capital and generating a creative economy that isn't just comprised of infrastructure, but goes through knowledge and an academic offer that is true or real for Salvadorians that live in the capital and can belong to any orchestra or group, artistic group from around the world, like any Salvadorian that might live in any township or community, that they have the same opportunities to belong to these spaces. True decentralization of cultural offers with adequate spaces in all these localities, providing training for our population, because it's not just about the students that have learned, but we also need to educate the general population so that whenever they go to a concert, they know what they're seeing. Classic music, contemporary music, all sorts of genres, or any type of music. That is our new challenge and the alliance that we are willing to work on. I'll conclude with this. We intend to obtain a true Salvadorian cultural identity, a national identity that we may be able to export so that we can enjoy it as Salvadorians, but also so that foreigners can enjoy it and also feel part of our identity. Thank you very much. I would like to open the floor for any questions that the audience might have. Please. Often, the rural sectors are forgotten. My question from that standpoint is what the government's strategy to guarantee that these policies that you're carrying out have a balanced impact throughout the country. Second question, as a cook, what's the government's focus on food security and nutrition to guarantee that all kids have access to adequate nourishment and that it also be sustainable, especially in early infancy? Regarding your first question, what's coming is decentralization, a creative economy that can get to all spaces. We're specifically at that point. As the state and as institutions, all of us, we need to understand the strength that education has and the strength that artistic training has throughout the country. It's not just a matter of saying, let's create the infrastructure and have people arrive. Nothing will happen. You need to create the infrastructure, but as the state, you need to go to the people, and that's what we're doing. We're going to the spaces that already exist because we already took up the spaces. There are no limitations for us to go to these spaces. And we grant each member an opportunity from the population to benefit from being in touch with what we are doing. Just to elaborate a bit more, we just went through a land restructuring. We're actually joined by the mayor of San Salvador, Mario Duran. We are a very small country. We have a land of 21,000 square kilometers. Is a little bit bigger than Los Bolsones, like Honduras. we had 262 municipalities, which was way too much for us, and it was, above all, a budgetary burden because all taxes would go to paying mayors, their council, and all the administrative part, and it would not permeate or be invested in the territories. Things as simple as collecting waste, fixing roads, or installing lights was almost impossible in the majority of our municipalities. So we did a restructure last year. We went from 262 municipalities to 44. That also allowed us to better manage the land and be able to serve once we decentralize the school. In fact, we already have 44 sites for the next art schools, which we know can be installed in a building, but it's more important to understand where is the majority of the population. Although we're a 7 million inhabitant country, it's true that a lot of those people, almost 50% of them, live in the metropolitan areas in El Salvador. So there is a considerable concentration within the metropolitan area. Next, due to migration, we have sites where very little people inhabit. We had municipalities, for example, where 500 people lived. The majority are elders, females, or young children. Why? Because of migration. We have 3 million Salvadorians that are living abroad. The greater community is in the U.S., and the next one is in Italy, in Milan and Rome. Somehow, we need to consider that as we reconfigure the territory and services. I'll add something regarding legal work. We have supported public policies along every step of the way. And one of the public policies that I like the most involves early infancy, that is. We've done the task of clearing the land. Before you plant a seed, if you know about agriculture, you first fix the soil and then you sow. We are sowing. In 2023, we approved a law to encourage maternal breastfeeding as part of an initiative that comes from the First Lady's office to support all women and also to assess it from a food safety standpoint. It's necessary for us to encourage that all women feed their children at least up to 6 months of age. This campaign is called Love Turned Into Food, ideally during the first year, but we're trying to provide the conditions for this to take place, and we've opened over 400 lactation halls nationally. All public spaces have lactating rooms. All spaces that give services to the population, be they public or private, have a lactating room. This has been a part of a public policy, but without a legal framework and without the appropriate budgets, it would not be possible. You'll hear more about it after. Thank you. To complement on what Diputada Calle has mentioned, El Salvador has implemented a sustainable food safety program. It works integrally between different sectors and in the different sites where children are located, because you can't concentrate your efforts in the educational sector. You have to find them in all environments. This roadmap is available. We can share it with you so that you can know about it. The First Lady promotes these nutritional issues, and she's betting hugely from El Salvador to start working on the issue, promoting breastfeeding like Diputada Callejas mentions, increasing protection and promotion, and having spaces that are adequate for mothers to feed their children exclusively during the first 6 months, but also combinedly up to 2 years of age. Thank you very much. Regretfully, these spaces are available to start a discussion and engage in dialogue. I think that what we're seeing, I have 1 minute and 50 seconds left, according to the screen. What matters the most in this process is that it is a process of change. It's a process of change, and I invite all of you, the same way I was invited, to observe it and participate in this process of change. Institutions like CAF, what we do is to facilitate the necessary conditions for change to take place. If we need to work on digitization, what CAF does is provide a submarine cable, if it is necessary, to work on education. We provide knowledge and experience from other localities. If we have to work on protection, environmental protection, we try to seek modern mechanisms that have allowed El Salvador to pay back its debt, which will translate into a better rating for our country. And on the other hand, we'll be able to protect Rio Lempa, which is one of the most important rivers we have, the most strategic rivers that exist in Central America. So I invite you to deepen your knowledge and awareness, to continue engaging in dialogue, and to try to figure out a way so that we can learn and contribute to this change process. Having said that, thank you, everyone. It's always fascinating to talk to you. Thank you for your questions, and we apologize that we were not able to allow for more time today. Thank you.
A continuación, los invitamos.
We now invite you to observe the following video. What's it like to grow together in El Salvador? Growing up together is about transforming El Salvador from the beginning. Growing together is about preparing families so that they can receive their babies. It's about being born with tenderness. Youth and teenagers need to achieve their maximum developmental potential from their early childhood. Growing together is educating with love. It is playing to learn, healing, enjoying and socializing. Every child counts. Every girl matters. Growing together is about learning new languages so that we can connect with others. No little girl or youth should fall behind. It's about growing and learning about the country with love, loving our language, and saying with pride, I am Salvatorian. Growing together is about setting the difference within our profession so that we can care with quality and tenderness to for the new generations. Growing together is a continuous effort, and it is a commitment that all Salvadorians have to protect our early childhood, children, and youth. Growing together is starting well from the beginning.
A nuestros panelistas.
We thank our speakers. We hope these lessons inspire positive changes in your communities. Before continuing with our agenda, let's take a formal picture, please.
Mientras tanto, continuando con la sesión.
Meanwhile, continuing on with these sessions. Next, we're going to be presenting a conversation on artificial intelligence. We invite you to please stand by as we set up the stage once again. Next, we're going to present a conversation on artificial intelligence, a conversation on how this technology is transforming our lives and our economies. We're joined by Victor Muñoz, ex-presidential counselor for economic and digital transformation affairs in Colombia. He'll be sharing his knowledge and experience in this field.
Pero esto es sorpresa. Por favor, necesitamos ponernos a votar. Dos personas va a ser un conversatorio. Perdón.
No, me parece que está perfecto. Listo. Lo pongo acá. Ya me saqué los celulares. Ah, bueno.
No pueden poner sus cosas ahí, por favor. Empezamos de cero. Hay que pedirle a la gente que por favor.
Estamos retomando la agenda.
We are resuming our schedule. Please be seated and clear out the space. Next, we have a conversation on artificial intelligence. We are joined by Victor Muñoz, ex-presidential counselor for economic affairs and digital transformation from Colombia. Yulisa Silva, senior executive for architecture and digital innovation from CAF. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Luis Martin Uribe and the CAF team that we've been working with on the artificial intelligence project for some time now. I would like to share a brief presentation so that we can kick the conversatory off on different aspects. First, or I'd like to start, better said, that we're going through a process of change, and it's a process that technology, since many technologies have existed in the past, and I should emphasize on that, this is not the first technology that we are dealing with in history. We've lived these disruptions in the past when we saw the advent of the the steam engine, access to the internet, when we had the first computers, and so on. So disruptions have been around. But it's important that the different sectors from day-to-day life adjust in a continuous way to adapt to said disruptions. I'd like to start with this image so that you can pose a question to yourself. When you talk about art right now, artificial intelligence, you can look to the left and you see the Mona Lisa that took 4 years to be created. And on the right, we have an image that was created by prompts that basically took 8 hours and 800 interaction. My question is, which one is more artistic than the other? I had the chance to engage in an extensive conversation on this, and it's like that they're both art, they're both as good. The difference is the tool changes. The tool that is being built changes. In one case, it could have been graphite, it could have been a brush, and right now what we're using are different tools. At the end of the day, it's about understanding that artificial intelligence, as sophisticated as it may be, it continues to be a means and it is not an end in itself. Second thing I'd like to mention, this is not new. We are living the artificial intelligence boom. This process began over 50 years ago. It started with the Turing test, but we can also assess it when we undertook funding for the ARPA or the LISA project in the 70s, LISA projects in the 70s. Then there was a period that was halted. Some of you my age may remember when IBM Deep Blue managed to defeat the chess master first time ever for computers to win at the game Go. This was done by the AlphaGo platform in Google, and this is how the message of evolution has taken place. It's not new. We've been seeing this for over 50 years, working on the process of integrating this technology. The great innovation is that after launching ChatGPT, we started to use what is known as generative artificial intelligence, and it provides us with the opportunity to build content or images based on historic information. Similar to what we had compared to what we had in the past, which was how do we fine-tune process based on repetitive mechanisms and make better decisions. The result is that we'll continue seeing this. We'll have more and more sophisticated tools, and we're at the beginning of a positive era where we're going to have positive impacts in all sectors of day-to-day life. I insist artificial intelligence has been with us for quite a while. Notice how we train algorithms when we shared data in the past, and we weren't really aware what the best movie to watch or the movie we might like the most. When we trained fintechs based on the processes that we order or how we order, how social media is used. Social media is likely one of the algorithms that is refined more and more with the information that we share, or everything involving transport, the financial system, virtual assistants, chatbots for productivity, especially everything involving transport. So it's been decades where we have been living with artificial intelligence. I'm surprised when I'm told, well, artificial intelligence arrived, and I say no, it's been with us for many years. It's become more fine-tuned, and we've been able to make more use of it. To your question, will it take away our jobs? For decades, there's always been this concern. If an industrial revolution may end jobs, this came about when calculators happened. This is seen when the computer came about, or even when the car was invented. These are the conversations that we hear all the time. I wanted to show you this image. Headlines from the 20s, from the 30s, 40s, 50s, repetitive, in different journals from newspapers from around the world, saying robots are going to take our jobs away. This is very important because at the end of the day, we're thinking that now is when we're going to lose our jobs. It's been 90 years or 100 years of technology taking away our jobs. The message is that jobs are transformed. Of course, some disappear, some appear or surface. Other jobs become more efficient with technology. Be reminded how sending mail was a few years ago. All that diminished and disappeared with the use of emails or with printing processes that are now digital. But that doesn't mean that jobs per se have disappeared. New jobs were created, and you have now programmers, you have designers, you have computer architects, you have people that handle information exchange, and so labor becomes transformed. We're in an era where labor is going to continue transforming, and we're going to continue finding new ways to generate productivity and employment. Now, very quickly, so that we can start our conversation. This is not a subject that just involves social media, or have it with Siri or with Alexa or with any of these other assistants. AI is helpful in a factory to detect if a worker has his or her gloves on, to improve industrial protection systems, or drones doing a verification process on the level of advance of a harvest, or in this other case, verifying security in an electrification project. We're permanently using these tools. These are some of the examples that you might find in the literature. More and more, we see these tools surfacing. This was a slide from generative AI from a week ago. You can see how there are now new platforms that have shown up in the last 2 weeks. We could refer to DeepSeek or even the one that Alibaba launched a few days ago. We are in the process similar to the beginning of the internet. We're going to see an explosion of solutions that are going to deliver us to improve the use of the different tools. Here are some of those. These are some of the conversations from the ethical standpoint. The possibility of using artificial intelligence in electoral processes on ID security without violating individual privacy. Environmental, in the environmental field, this all generates more energy consumption, but if it makes processes more efficient and it generates energy savings, it might be greater than the consumption that is made. In health and medicine, how can we reduce the time frame to verify a vaccine? Some people talked about using AI during COVID and how all this helped. Something that would take 10 to 15 years was done in 10 to 15 months. In education, more tailored processes and also cybersecurity. I'm not going to go too much into this slide, but just to mention regulation. It's becoming a geopolitical conversation. You see regulation arising depending on the posture of administrations. The American market is not that regulated, or you have the European system, which has a lot of protection towards people data, or even algorithm control on behalf of the Chinese government. This is just a sample of how geopolitics always plays a role in technology, without saying who's better or worse than the other. Simply for you to see that this is a part of the day-to-day conversation. Beyond regulation, these are the challenges that we have in Latin America. If we are going to get on the wave, there are a lot of subjects that we need to resolve. We need to resolve subjects related to talent, infrastructure. We need to have or deal with institutional strengthening, regulating ethical processes, and having the opportunity to work in public-private alliances. Language models in Spanish represent one of the greatest challenges that we have, and it's not being discussed enough. The language models that we're seeing, like ChatGPT or Llama or Gemini, they've been trained with data that is available online in English, in Chinese, and in other languages. When you observe the data in Spanish, that's helped for the training process, it's inferior or less than 1%. What that means is that there is a bias in general terms. When you are doing info processing, what do we need to do as countries? We need to maintain open data, better qualitative data, share data, and we need to learn in the process of training the language models. That is likely one of the greater challenges that we're going to have to confront in 2025 and 26. Now to wrap up. These are the challenges that we need to resolve at the same time that we advance on developing artificial intelligence. While we still have connectivity issues, we still have economic growth issues, adoption issues, data access, public clouds. Now to wrap up, the infrastructure that the region needs to be at OECD level, we need $70 billion, which does not exist. We need to advance in parallel. We can't wait for this to happen to progress in artificial intelligence, but we simply cannot remain idle. We need to do this in parallel so that we can continue to advance on productivity and narrowing social gaps, generating spaces for all the citizenry. I conclude with this. There are a lot of questions that are underway. There are a lot of subjects under discussion that are to be resolved in the next 2 years. Going from advancing or not in nuclear energy as a space to generate the energy for processing data at these centers where the large language models are used. Only Argentina is ready to use this type of nuclear plant as an energy provider. The rest of the countries would take between 10 and 8 years if we get the investment, which reach $8 to $9 billion. Self-conscious artificial intelligence. There's the fear that humans might disappear. When could we lose control over conscious artificial intelligence. Virtual humans, where we interact less and less with other real human beings. This was said at one of the plenaries earlier, asking if Europe is delaying in terms of innovation and productivity. The Draghi report said that out of the 50 largest companies around the world in tech, only 4 are European. And this, in great measure, is due to the excess in regulations. That's something that we need to bear in mind in Latin America. The future of labor, like I've already touched on, and this, which is the most important, artificial intelligence in war, because this could lead to dehumanization, and that's an important subject that we need to debate on. Having said this, let's move on to the conversatory with Ulises. That was a quick introduction so that we can bear in mind the components that are touched on the book that you all have in your hands. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Victor, for such a great introduction. I can say that it's as light as the book that you wrote. I read it over Christmas. Not only is it a book that talks about the impacts that AI can have in the region, but also it invites us to take advantage of the capacities that this technology offers. Before going on to the conversatory, I would like to take the moment to share that we've advanced along with Victor in our organization within CAF. Our journey with artificial intelligence started in June of 2023. We've drafted the ethical framework and limited responsible uses for artificial intelligence. In 2024, we've tested capacities so to take advantage of artificial intelligence and improve staff productivity, improve our process performance along critical areas, and possibly in 2027 to take advantage of AI in generating new products. Last year, we also worked in incorporating generative AI with 250 staff that are using AI to improve their productivity. And we tested capacities to extract, classify, and generate information, to work on reports, green impact reports, along with Mr. Felix, which is with us. We've worked on a model that not only will benefit staff, officials, but also customers, so that they can create drafts of operative projects and initial project reports. So we've advanced a lot on the artificial intelligence component, and our work plan for 2025 is very ambitious. You mentioned some points regarding the impact that all this is having. A document recently published by Microsoft, this company suggests that there's a tendency, or there are trends for 2025 in artificial intelligence. It's going to be faster and smarter. There are going to be AI agents that transform the work that we do every day. Environments for AI for our day-to-day lives. AI technology that is much cleaner and ecological. Much safer artificial intelligence for everyone, and artificial intelligence that promotes new discoveries, mainly in all that involves science.
What will be the impact in the public and private sectors? I like that question because the advancement will not be homogeneous. It will be unequal with the different trends. I think AI, in terms of energy, I love the launching of DeepSeek and the impact and the fall of certain actions. It's interesting to have more sustainable AI in terms of the perspective of consumption of energy. If we advance, requiring less processing, and we advance more in the mathematical models, known as the new language for processing the new AI, we would manage to definitely have a positive impact. Obviously, we still need to understand more. It has been launched only 8 days ago, and the new model has been presented recently, so I believe It's something that we should discuss to know whether we should or not advance with nuclear energy plants in the different countries to provide necessary energy, because we have in Latin America a matrix that is quite clean, but we have crisis in drought and other inconveniences in other countries which could generate problems for the energetic matrix. Also, agents, we have been hearing about it. These are processes that we will start to automate. It will be more, it would help people to do their jobs more efficiently. These are people that we can train, for example, in terms of reserving an airplane ticket or a hotel, book a hotel. For this training, the person will no longer have to go into a platform, but I can know what I want to do, and I can indicate to the system that what I want. So these are things that would have an impact on productivity, and also for home delivery, and also for exchange of information in new or old systems, for platforms that are on the cloud, so to work with people or to change obsolete programs, and this could become more efficient. So I think there will be a mix. All of the trends mentioned by Microsoft will become a reality, and we will see things that we haven't thought about, and that's interesting. Every day we see things that are not in the roadmap of products, and we see new things that are really unexpected. Yes, the idea is the internet for 94. It's interesting, and it's something that is in having an impact in our lives. The ex Prime Minister of Denmark mentioned the conference of Davos of last week in the economic forums of 2020, and it was mentioned three agents, trust, and intelligence era were interesting topics mentioned. Do you consider that the collaboration, AI, quantum computing, and new energy, are these going to have impact in use for 2025, or you think it will be more impactful in 2026 or 28? What are the routes so that America, Latin America, and Caribbean be leaders in this intelligence era? Well, these were three questions. I will begin with the technological trends. AI, it's a reality, and it was born over 50 years, and technologies can be more mature or not mature. There's still a lot to be done to see generative artificial intelligence and auto-conscious and the ethic framework and adoption at the higher scale. So quantum computing, and I would suggest CAF to take into account. This is a technology that still has a lot to be developed, needs to be developed to be in terms of cost, scalability. I would say we still have 5 years. We will still need to continue talking about this for about 5 years. And what I understood from some specialist scientists, this is a complex topic involving quantum physics, stabilization of qubits that they need for quantum computer. That has advanced a lot, but the use of software to have results that are trustworthy, we still need work to continue working on this. 4 or 5 years are needed so that this becomes a reality. Recommendations for the CAF: Latin America cannot have these technologies when it's still under production. We need to start forming talent and having these discussions with the universities. Quantum computing is quite costly. There are restrictions. whether the countries of the global south will have this capacity, but I'll leave it at that. And the other question about the energies, this has been advancing, and at the end of the day, it has to do with cost. I would hope that we continue to make it more efficient, and it will go hand in hand with AI. As regards the first part of the question in relation to collaboration, and I'd like to give the examples because I like the example of internet. We are seeing the possibility of adapting different processes. There is a restriction, risk in terms of digital security. This can help us to have more effective processes for cybersecurity, but this generates a new risk. So it needs not only investment, it's not only to buy technology, but to understand, to train, put together processes, and put together collaboration actions. And the last question was capacities to be developed. The first thing I would focus on is talent. When you begin to work in these topics, are there scientists that work on data? Yes, but they're very costly because they're not enough in the market. Are there experts in Python and R in these development processes? We still have, we're lacking in Latin America. We have less and less universities, institutions forming people in mathematics. We're lacking. So we cannot become worldwide leaders in AI if we don't even have the talent to begin discussions. The second thing has to do with infrastructure. Chile has interesting projects. Argentina has been demonstrating that they want to become a global leader. Definitely infrastructure will be needed, and there are partnerships with those who deal with data centers in the countries for information on the clouds. So talent, infrastructure is the second component, and governance in association, not only with laws, because when the laws are out, they need to be adapted. But yes, adoption of standards, ethical framework, this would allow us to coordinate better and in accordance with the quantic advancement worldwide. The component that you mentioned, recipe, and you just mentioned governance of AI. This morning, during her presentations on governance and how this is used in Africa, she showed that in Latin America and the Caribbean, AI could have an impact of up to 5.4% of the GDP, over $3.5 trillion. What economic sectors could earn more? And again, you answered the question concerning the capacities. Now, what's your take in terms of economical sectors? I think the sector of the agricultural sector is important. This is not technology. It's a combination of policies and technologies. We will have to think about IoT with sensors, drones, aspersion, monitoring, AI to process information to make prevention of plague and others more activities more efficient. The second is the health sector. And how do I have processes to diagnose, which will take me minutes, hours, and not months. All what is prevention for health is a topic that has a direct impact on patients. And then the manufacturing sector, unfortunately, we are behind. We have not had the investment at the rhythm needed, and there's a possibility of improving a lot of these processes, combining with hardware, sensors, and how to lead handle these manufacturers that are quite obsolete. So health, agricultural sector, industrial sectors could be the focus, but in general, it's for all of the sectors. Not because we're not mentioning telecommunications, it's not key. This is key for quality of signals for communication, but my priority will be these three sectors, which are the main sectors for exports for the majority of Latin American countries. Natalia Beigoya from Ono Turismo, I don't know if she's here. She mentioned that they are making efforts to have sustainable tourism, having information on availability, offers, and how not to overburden the locations with excess use. So we should not concentrate on technology. Don't go out to purchase more infrastructure, but ask yourself why, what for. Adjust the data because AI without data is no good and processes need to be modified. And this last comment on processes in this era of intelligence, we look about automation as something that will become automation because as you mentioned, we need to have the capacity to take autonomous decisions. Automation will become autonomous. In a summary, what will be the script so that organizations may adopt and manage to have results with an impact? I cannot give you a generic script, but what I can say, the other industrial revolutions got to us late, so we need to review technology and make adjustments. And I would insist on talent, but also adoption of a responsibly with ethical guidelines, with a clear path towards the future, and concentrating a lot on how to do this work in collaboration, humans and technology. Because here, we're not at the stage where technology will be autonomous, but the final decision, especially for the military, should be taken by a human being. Thank you very much. It's the end of the conversation. Thank you, Victor Munoz, a talent of the region who is helping us to adopt a technology with impact on economy for many years to come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your perspectives on AI. We will now continue our presentations. The session Productivity is Local, Competitivity is International, and Sustainability, an initiative that examines the relations between productivity, competitivity, and sustainability. We would invite you to join us. Carlos Solorza, Director of Technical Analysis, Vice President for the private sector. Mr. Restreto, Tourism Organization of Colombia. Mr. Pineda, Center Centro de Pensamiento y AI University. Good afternoon to all of you who are present and those who are absent as well. Thank you. It's my pleasure to have this conversation with two great friends with whom I've been working during the last years on a report of great pertinence, not only because of its content, but also because of what it represents for the job of CAF in Colombia and in other countries. Jose Manuel Restrepo, a former Ministry of Commerce, Foreign Industry and Commerce and Tourism, Saúl Pineda, Director of the Centro de Pensamiento of the IA University. This work has several elements that are very satisfactory, not only because of the results that it offers, the contents, the richness of the information, but it also allows us to interact in a process of generation of knowledge that is very interesting between CAF and the EF University. And without further ado, I will begin this conversation with Saul to ask difficult questions as suggested by Andres. Tell us, Saul, briefly, in terms of methodology, what can people find in the report and how to understand its content? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
No sé, no oí la hora.
This report was received at a very high level with the technical and sectorial group headed precisely by Juan Carlos Celos. And the objective of this job to continue to reinforce the institutional capacities of CAF and the perspective of guaranteeing that the countries be able to carry out exchanges that are really productive, if I'm allowed to put it this way, these instruments, the strategies for productive development with territorial approach in Latin America. And I would like to maybe to invite you to read the document that you at 4 p.m. we had given you the access to this publication as based on an executive report that has been distributed today, and its purpose was to review in 10 countries a group of political instruments, strategies, programs for productive development with territorial approach. 1,049 instruments grouped in 467 policies, strategies, programs in those 10 countries, and that gave us the opportunity to select 4 great teams, which were the result of this evaluation, which are financing of the SMEs, innovation, technological change, production chain and access to chain of production and access to market, and very importantly, environmental practices that are sustainable. And to give you context of this panel, I would like to talk about 2 aspects, a challenge and we find great correlation between the teams and their specific instruments with the strategies of CAF, especially climate change, environmental aspects, equity, productivity, growth, with proposals that would allow us to advance for reinforcing this pipeline of CAF with the countries. But what was a challenge has to do with 3 topics. The first one 20% of the instruments that identified have a territorial approach, while 80% of those instruments continue to be created almost without consultation with the local and territorial authorities of the countries. But maybe what is of more concern, just 15% of these instruments have an approach on gender, an element that is important, and we still have to work on this. Your perspective, a glass that is half full or half empty, it depends on your perception. The importance of escalating in the future and change our approach is also at stake. Thank you, Javier. There's a richness of information, very broad, which can help us to explore many possibilities and how to work at the territorial and local level with policies. And I would invite Jose Manuel to tell us about the conclusions, how local policies can contribute to generate a productive, sustainable environment with clusters that are sustainable clusters to launch productivity, generate competitivity, and more well-being for the territories. Thank you, Carlos, Saul, all of those who are here. My regards, people that I know from different regions of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for your participation. First of all, it's important to recognize CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, because when we propose an effort for the productive territorial development, they were interested in this initiative. To give you a little bit of context so that you can take something with you, I will share data with you. There are two challenges, in my opinion, as regards territorial development and development of our countries that we should recognize. Between 2020 and 2024, growth in Latin America 2.1%, but productivity of the factors we need to reduce 6.6 productivity. We would have been able to grow more if we had productivity. Mackenzie shared with you in the same space a conclusion. The developed countries in the last 15 years, 2/3 of their growth is the result of productivity. 1/3 of their growth is the result of the increase of human resources, human talent. But in Latin America, it's a contrary. 2/3 respond to the increase of human talent, 1/3 increase of productivity. Demographic transition is obvious, and it has been accelerated during the pandemics, and all of the countries were examples of what I just mentioned. Each time it will be more and more difficult to have a good growth unless we're able to increase the productivity of our economies. But productivity of our economies is developed on the territories. In the subnational regions, if these entities cannot grow in productivity, it will be almost impossible for our countries to reach the growth. It will be below 1.1. That's point number one. Point number two, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean export to the United States, or to say it differently, China exports to the U.S. a significant amount of these exports. Latin America and the Caribbean, without Mexico, export to the USA approximately $600 million. As a result of this commercial war between China and the USA, this commercial relation has lost 9 to 10 percentage point each. Export to USA is its value is $30,000. 300,000 millions of exports have been lost. If we, as Latin America and the Caribbean, if we had been able to capture part of this market, 50% of growth will be the result. That is the real nearshoring, a gigantic, a huge opportunity to multiply 50% of growth with the exports of our countries. What do we need to be competitive? What do we need to be competitive, to be productive as well? There are two reasons to be able to advance, and again, to be competitive. It's not a policy that is generic from a central government. It's how can I become competitive in the territorial areas who are the protagonists of this landscape.
Antioquia hoy exporta a pesar de los ministros.
Antioquia exports, and we hope we did not have foreign ministers. Antioquia will export more to the world. Ministers, we believe in models where we believe that all what we do is the creator of exports, and the conclusion is that because of these subnational states, they manage to export despite of their ministries, because they develop institutional capacities in their productive institutions, because they have real articulation between the production and the academia. It's not because of us. They don't manage to do it because of us. That's the contrary. So this research of these 10 countries, 1,500 strategies, and you're already seeing them in this QR. It has an interesting characteristics. The recognition, if we want to be more productive and competitive, one of the main chapters on which we need to work on, it's the gap of technology that makes us territories of third, second, or first industrial revolution. It's more difficult from a productive standpoint. And I just have a few minutes left. Juan Carlos, 5 chapters that are important as part of this document. Saul mentioned financing and investment because this is important to fight against this informality to access financing, which is putting an end to our access. Gota Gota in Peru, and in other countries it has other names. That is a modern way of choking someone. You cannot be productive or competitive when you don't have access to financing. Innovation, technologies, how to develop ability in people who don't work or study in our territories. This can be millions of people. How to have sustainable business practices in relation to circular economy markets where there are a lot of opportunities that we're not taken advantage of in our countries, in how to insert into the countries, how to allow these small and middle-sized companies to have vocation or possibility of doing exports, and how to arrive at the governance of these models. I think this is a very interesting conclusion of this document. Thank you, Jose Manuel. This is a summary that is quite concrete of the main elements of the report, global competitivity and global possibilities. There are many possibilities for the territories, and we have now a challenge that is important, sustainability. This constitutes not only a challenge, but it's also an opportunity at different levels. Saul, in CAF, We have, in our relationship with companies, we have the SMEs, and as Jose Manuel stated it, maybe indirectly, they have there's a lot of opportunity to grow in terms of productivity. And one of the strategies is to integrate into chains. How are they integrated into certain chains? For me, it's encouraging to participate in a panel when Juan Carlos was always encouraging us to talk about the expectations of CAF, and also seeing the comments on the documents. This is necessary. Well, we've been impressed, and maybe this is why we have quality results. But the intervention of Jose Manuel, very comprehensive, allows me to concentrate on one of the elements of the document that I would like you to look at very carefully. Latin America faces simultaneously two challenges. On one hand, we have the challenge of companies that are the great protagonists of the productive development, as you mentioned it. But at the same time, it has the characteristic, it's a major generator of employment, but with a high rate of informality, especially this MSEs affecting their growth, and it affects productivity of our economies in the long run. On the other hand, and simultaneously, Latin America faces low level of integration of its companies to global value chains. We represent only 5.4% in terms of imports of intermediate goods, machinery. We are not pertinent in the global chain values. And looking forward, our commodities, well, we represent a bit more, 12%, but we are far from Asia. Their imports represent 40% and 30% of imports. What does this mean? We have the opportunity in this environment of the nearshoring. Despite the complexities of our days, Latin America can comply, and through regional integration to have productivity in the framework of nearshoring. It's not only the USA that is important for us, but we can integrate other companies. And again, we have possibilities. There's potential for growth, for exports, $78 million in the coming years, but based on opportunities in that market that is the USA, but also there's an opportunity that is huge for our regional integration, so that this productive chain, even by accumulation of value, we may have access to more developed markets. MSEs with attracting exporters in our countries through investments of foreign investment that can profit these scenarios, as mentioned by our colleague. Perfect, Saul. Thank you very much. And Jose Manuel, bad news? We don't want bad news. No. Well, I have good news. Yes, that's why I'm looking at you. Saul is only giving us bad news. No. Let's think about, for the public quickly, what models of policies for the territory have demonstrated to be successful and maybe a factor, an example of success. I would like you to mention something that you have worked on, like productivity in Colombia. And if you have other examples, fantastic, you may mention it as well. And allow me to state some that are not productivity manufacturers, but I feel like the father of this, and I'm proud of this. I'll give an example of another program in Chile, Digital Talent in Chile. Why is it valuable? Because one of the dramas of Latin America, young people, ninis, they don't study, they don't work. How many people in Latin America are under this condition? $20 million persons. We need a response. Digital Chile has this possibility. It develops technological capacities through short cycle programs. And I believe this is critical, and we should also go in that direction in Latin America. This is a digital talent model which has become a valuable instrument. The methodologies are different. For example, for boot camp applicable in this strategy, they managed to respond to the demands of the young people, and I believe they're valuable for the region. Secondly, and talking about other programs of sustainability before talking about manufacturers, the program in Brazil, this is very fascinating, how this launches green businesses, how sustainable development, different productions for sustainability. With the SAFRA plan of Brazil, it provides financing for sustainability, agro-industrial aspects. This can be replicated in Latin America. And the perspective of Colombia, and I did not choose this, but this was done by the technical team, a platform that we can profit from productivity warehouses or manufacturers, and the government of Colombia had continuity. We can construct long-term policies for the long term. We need to complement this, and the actual government transform it into sustainability manufacturer. And this policy is great. I'm back to the original point. If the problem is productivity, according to the scientific literature, what is the best way for productivity? The policies of the government? 62% of the reasons why a company is more productive has to do with the black box of the company. So this proposal of sustainability and productivity through a short cycle program, they managed to increase productivity with minimal transformation, how to develop capacity strategies for commerce, develop a new capacity for production in the company, how to improve access to local and international markets. These are short changes, and there is a study of the impact of this policy. But the ministries of commerce, we don't receive money because we are seen as the poor people in economy. How it managed to increase productivity, 32% average. Is this not a strategy for when? And this happens in the companies, and this will be valuable for other characteristics of our productive sectors. Near to 95% of our companies are micro, small, or small or medium-sized companies. The majority of the companies, and if we want them to be productive, we need to work within increasing productive capacity with sustainable logics. But we're not thinking about the micro businesses that are informal. It's probably approximately they're even 3 times more between 50 and 60 million of micro informal businesses, and no one is talking about this in Latin America. So the advantage of this strategy, it's an opportunity to get affect micro businesses or those that are in informality. To overcome informality, you can reduce costs, increase the benefits of being formal, and have information on this informality. This is an instrument for benefit to be formal, and why not? You can contribute to reduce the cost to become formal. Yes, you need information. 50, 60, my estimate is not there in the literature because in Latin America, no one has measured micro businesses in its entirety. Colombia did it, and we managed to see 5.6 millions of micro informal businesses only in Colombia. So I think it's a valuable instrument, and I would conclude they have points in common. One, they reinforce local capacities. The majority of these instruments manage to get to the territory to develop local capacities, the capacity for forming technological capacities. They develop capacities for association. Two, they align the local policies with the objectives of sustainable development. A micro business, informal or not, can be aligned with the SDGs. This may have seemed impossible. Clusters are constructed. We chain these micro or small businesses with large companies. There's a good example, Nutresa in Colombia, with development with micro and small companies that without exporting, they are competitive internationally. To be competitive, you need not to export. You need to be inserted in a regional chain of local or regional chain of value. They contribute to a real process of decentralization and empowerment. You manage to transform territories. We can construct more in the territories and now looking at the central state. The central state is bureaucracy that does not work. The central state does not get to the territories. It's more inefficient. The future of Latin America is in the territories of the countries and that of the nations. It's there where we need to work. Let's forget the central government. Then the central government has its work to do, and let's give decentralization to the territories for much more productivity. Thank you very much. We have a mind of productivity in those productivity units that we need. I had a last question for Saul and for these 3 last minutes, but he could lose his salary, so I will ask this question to you. What's your recommendation? As a result of the studies that we developed this year, actions that CAF can take as a development bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. CAF has become a bank of development with stressing on powerful actions. The futures are there for the states, for the departments, the municipalities, for the cities, not at national states. And I think it has been very important. Financing, they have done this. They want different ways of financing, capacity for innovation, productive chains, and a lot of governance. I believe that if we link these proposals and it gets to the territorial level, how can I be more successful with this productive structure at a territorial level? And I do accountability and I develop indicators to know who is doing it better, who has more capacity for innovation, who has more production capacity. This is an example. This would attract other sectors, other countries to say, I want to learn a lesson from what this person is doing in such a province, such nation. In Colombia, this has been one of our more important developments, the indicators for competitivity developed by Saul and allow us to have an effect, a reflection. I want to be such, just like such person to arrive at such result, and this has brought competition in a positive manner, and they're all trying to be better. Maybe they have the same position, but you do not only compare to others, you compare to your own handicap, as is the case of the Gulf. So you can conclude an indicator, an accountability instrument to with territorial and subnational accent to generate effects to become more competitive. This is what we should be seeking. Territories should be empowered to generate more possibilities. In Antioquia, the emergent strategy is what we call it. You depend on yourself. Don't ask your father to give you anything. Maybe he will not give you anything. You can do it if you have the commitment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jose Manuel. I have, aside from thanking CAF from this wonderful job, I would ask you to give a round. I would ask for a round of applause. And we have certain numbers, the report that has been integrated. I would invite you with the QR to download the full report, rich in information, rich in data and in policies for your analysis. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a nuestros panelistas.
Thank you very much to our speakers for their valuable contributions. We remind all of you that you can download the complete publication by scanning the QR code that is on screen. This launch offers a framework to address sustainable development from multiple perspectives. We invite you to implement these concepts into your own growth strategies.
El de política y estrategia y programas, ese es el...
Los invitamos a que sigan acompañándonos. En unos minutos daremos...
You are all invited to join us in a few moments. We're going to be presenting the book Latin America and the World, 20 Ideas for Action and a Reflection.
Bueno, entonces vamos a hacer, no, yo creo que nos falta una silla más.
Sí, ya la...
Entonces vamos a estar adelante. Hablo yo habla Guillermo, hablas tú y usted cierra.
Y hablamos desde la silla.
Desde la silla o el podio. Yo voy a hablar desde el podio. Mejor. Y son 5 minutos. En su caso, el PowerPoint que hicimos ayer de 1 hora y media. ¿No?
Son más gorditos, sí.
Sí.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Qué gusto
¿Qué
conocerte.
hubo?
Felicitaciones.
Bien.
Felicitaciones.
¿Listo?
Excelente.
Bien. Ah, pero maravilloso. Listo. Tu paño. Listo. Hecho. Vamos. Perdón.
Ahí hay uno, dos.
Listo. Vamos.
Respiren la firma.
Creo que ya estamos.
¿Listo?
Yo estoy. Mesa, agua, micrófono.
Vamos a esperar a Andrés.
Sí.
Listo.
Ahora sí, los invitamos a tomar asiento, por favor.
You are all invited to please be seated.
Ellos se vayan a organizar y yo
No, son 2 libros. Este es el último.
Sí, pero no es.
En cada mesita.
y cada mesita de los panelistas. Este también.
Sí. ¿Listos? Toma. Toma tu Valentín.
No, ya se acabaron. Volaron.
Bueno, pero le voy a tomar la foto a la portada. Porque a mí sí me interesa, soy la directora nacional del MIDES y...
¿Listo?
Ya, claro.
No veo al presidente Torrijos, entonces no lo menciones.
Bienvenidos nuevamente a la presentación.
Welcome once again to the presentation of the book Latin America in the World 21 Ideas for Reflection and Action. This book offers new perspectives in order to understand the role that Latin America plays in the global context. We are joined by Andrés Rogeles, Vice President of the Colombian Council on International Relations, Guillermo Fernández de Soto, ex-Minister of Foreign Affairs, Colombia, Isabel de Saint Malo, ex-Vice President and Chancellor for Panama, Enrique Garcia, Executive Ex-President for CAF. Welcome.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We welcome the presentation of this book. I'd like to start my remarks with a quick reflection that the IDB ex-president made and Enrique Iglesias at one of the most critical points of our regional integration. He reminded the Andean countries, and I quote, "In today's world, it is better to navigate in convoy than alone," end quote. This is the spirit of this book that we've written along with ex-Chancellor Guillermo Fernández de Soto. Latin America around the world and 21 Ideas for Reflecting and Action, which we launched last December in Bogotá under the seal of the El Planeta editorial, summons us to work together and unite despite all the adversity and challenges that we've confronted throughout Latin America in a world that is more and more complex, fragmented, and unstable. This work does or provides a clear invitation to action as of parting from a meticulous global assessment, so we can reach our own path of international insertion so that it may guarantee that we have our own voice. Each chapter is the result of intensive analytical work focused on the position of our region internationally, as well as centrifuge forces that are affecting us currently. We did this bearing in consideration the best professional scenarios and academic within the UN framework in New York and within the framework of the Colombian Council of Foreign Relations at the University of Oxford and then the London School of Economics. Its ideas reflect a broad cumulus of experience and academic knowledge, as well as intellectual rigor, so that we can present the region from a balanced and positive perspective. Each word has been thought up in theory as well as in practice. The texts have been collected along five themes, and they reflect the main subject, actors, and tensions that we're dealing with. The first has to do with international order and the consensus among the global South. Second, the defense of democracy. Third, productive transformation and regional integration. Fourth, central actors within the international scenario like the US, China, India, and the BRICS. Fifth, multilateralism in a renewed manner. Latin America in the world is the continuation of efforts that started in 2023, when we published the book Latin America and its leaders' vision, in which over 100 characters participated from throughout the region. This literary work is considered a source of reference and indispensable consult, thanks to how integral and rigorous it has been created. The book we present today, Luis Alberto Moreno, ex-president of IDB, wrote the prologue. He reminds us in it that we need to focus our efforts in order to reinvent ourselves so that we can add value to change and make sure that the next generation of Latin Americans have more opportunities. Notwithstanding, we need to warn that the region is progressively losing relevance as well as presence internationally. We are being left outside of the most important conversations in the UN and in the forums that will make up tomorrow's world through new technologies, growth, and the transformation of productivity and education. That is why we summon Latin America to double up its efforts in order to achieve an international insertion that is effective and avoid entering into a period of isolation. President Lagos and ex-Chancellor Castañeda call it that way. Given these signals, I stay at the edge of optimism, and those who believe in the future of our region. Latin America shelters the potential of becoming a solution-driven region given all its wealth. It plays a dominant role and a lot of capital to provide in terms of natural resources, commodities, climate change, clean energies, and food. I'd like to touch on some data that reflects that. Latin America, specifically the Amazon, absorbs 1/4 of the planet's CO2. We have 60% of the lithium reserves left. We can feed 1.3 million people, and in 2050 we could feed 9 billion people. We are the most dynamic region after India in terms of risk capital and in unicorns. In other words, we possess what other countries and blocs need and dream about in order to compete in an economy that is more and more global, green and digital. The region needs to act with maturity and determination. We are forced to act coordinatedly. Given the huge challenges that we have to address, our actions need to observe at least 3 steering principles. I'll touch on them quickly so that we can build a path towards Latin American insertion internationally. The first, the concept of looking towards the universe jointly that Chancellor De Soto coined. Second, to have regional integration as a political imperative and consider it as the best strategy in a globalized world. Thirdly, to provide multilateralism the priority that it requires. We need to renew it. But at the same time, we need to have close adherence to democracy and the principles of international right as we build a more equitable international order, one that is more fair and closer obeying to the rules of the game. With these remarks, I now open the launch of the book, and I invite ex-Chancellor De Soto, who is going to refer to the relationship between Latin America, the U.S., and China. At a moment where we have strategic competitiveness, which is developed in the 13th chapter of the book. This, perhaps, is one of the most transcendent subjects for us today. We are looking at it not only in terms of trade agreements, but also in financial and critical infrastructure terms, generating huge competencies in this skill in the region. I yield the floor to ex-Chancellor De Soto.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start the presentation with a reflection upon one of the subjects that is most transcendental at this moment, with all the international disorder that we perceive, as it has been well described by Andrés Rogeles. It's about the relationship between the U.S., America, and China. Latin America, that is. In this book is suggestively titled A Dance Tango for Three. There is no doubt that tectonic movements in international politics are driving us towards the configuration of a multi-complex system with different reaches in 3 dimensions: military reach, economic reach, and the cross-cutting subjects. Its effects locally do not halt, and they make it evident that there are lines through which Latin America needs to handle itself very cautiously in its external relations. We are in a different scenario, marked by the decline of the powers from the Cold War, but also due to the strategic competitiveness and the needs to redefine the path of the relations in our continent based on an integral agenda that may benefit all the parts. Let's take a look at some examples. First, the decline of hegemony. The transition from the West to Pacific Asia is steering the globe towards a new history. Washington's control in the 21st century has gone through processes of change, where global power is now shared. The central subject here is not America's descent or the interest in making America great again. Instead, it is about the emergence, the appearance of other actors. The bipolarity that we find between the US and China, accompanied by revisionist countries like Russia and Iran, this is going to set the benchmark in a world that is still configuring. Second, strategic competition between China and the US. This trend has been pronounced in the last few years, when Peking has launched an offensive towards Latin America and other regions around the world, more and more openly and actively. The dragon has invited others to join strategic projects for its global protection, like the Initiative for Global Development. Today, China is the first trade partner for South America. We therefore anticipate huge tensions that will be expressed in tariffs and restrictions. This is a situation that leads many parts or actors to lose. Thirdly, the new hemispheric relation dynamics. With the arrival of President Trump to the presidency, it is necessary to not fall into the trap of confrontation, insults, and Twitter diplomacy. This is a moment to take action with a clear mind, favor dialogue and cooperation from an integrated agenda, one that is pragmatic and involves both the public sector as well as the private sector. It is an exercise in reinvention and projecting our national interests that should leave behind ideological differences and bear in consideration priorities and the enormous political complexities that Latin America faces. Washington has prioritized on subjects like migration, drugs, security, and trade. To this equation, we need to add some other central elements that pertain to Latin America, like the defense of democracy, the energy transition, nearshoring, and digital transformation, among others. The worst scenario would be to remain adhered to an invertebrate Latin American agenda that only looks at the interests of very few and operate based on sanctions, walls, and tariffs. The challenge here is to put together a positive and strategic agenda that may go beyond traditional subject matter and emphasize on problems and provide alternatives. the region has the strategic challenge of balancing its relationship with the U.S. and China. In my opinion, these aren't conditions that exclude each other. They are valid alternatives that are compatible, and they can live together and contribute from their strengths and virtues to the well-being of our general population. We need new partners that are trustworthy and investment in in markets with quality. In some, we are onto a tense tango for three, that is. Tense tango. Latin America, the U.S., and China. The present time is here for us to build towards the future the principles of international relations. I'd like to wrap up with a quick reflection on the unnecessary confrontation of President Petro against Trump. And I'll be totally frank. Colombia was at risk and continues to be at risk. Its economy and trade, investments and tourism. The historic relation and strategic relation that it has with the U.S. has been breached. What lesson are we left with? First off, international relations need to be handled with responsibility and pragmatism over a clear objective in defense of national interests. Regretfully, none of these conditions were met. Twitter diplomacy is the worst tool. We need to leave aside impulsivity and emotions and make decisions with a cold head, discreetly and effectively. It is necessary to recover and rebuild the alliance, the strategic alliance that's taken place for many years between Colombia and the U.S. Its nature should be bipartite and bi-chamber. For that, we require active diplomacy and also an active role on behalf of the different sectors within society, among them the business sector. We need to separate whims of rulers. Today we're talking about regulations, but tomorrow it might be the commitment of the Colombian government in its struggle against drug trafficking, which we need to be very attentive to. Today it is more necessary than ever to generate broad consensus internally and renovate our external policies. Also, to build state policies is imperative. Sharing dialogue and practicing prudence. This should accompany our intervention. Now I'd like to conclude by reading the last paragraph in the book. I think it cuts to the point based on what we've been discussing at our summit. The change in the times in Latin America requires that the new generations assume from now the challenges that the future brings, so that we could bring ideas, enthusiasm and ideas to recover values and principles that may allow us to build a society that we all dream of. The change in times will come with a generational change and the detachment from the past that is already gone. The youth is called to fulfill their role and take up the responsibility of dreaming, thinking, and building a country, just as they have the responsibility to fulfill their life objectives. The future is here without delay. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Big round of applause for Andrés and Guillermo. This book that we're discussing today, I am pleased with having the chance to comment on it. The document shares a broad reflection, and it intends or seeks to bring about better days for Latin America under the perspective of identifying the most challenging issues, not only to just identify them, but analyze them, observe them, and take action. With a deep international outlook from America towards the world, from America in the world, I think it is an important assessment, specifically now that we are addressing. Out of so many things, I'd like to refer to something that the book talks about, 21 ideas. I want to refer to 3. For me, these are central, and they touch in depth the different articles that make up the book. The first is consensus. In Latin America, we live, just as other regions live, engulfed in polarization, ideological polarization that separate us. There's a lot of polarization between the left and the right, and this gap is growing. Ultimately, the objectives that we have as a region are the same. They continue joining us, they continue being, as they say, as the presentation mentioned under Luis Alberto Moreno, generating the need to focus so that we can reinvent ourselves and make sure or ensure everything that we want, which is still the same. That is that the future generations in Latin America and around the world have better opportunities than the ones that we have had up to now. What development do we want? What income? What services? At the Americas Summit that Panama hosted, we talked about our coincidences amidst differences. The challenge is still the same. It's still there. We need to continue working on finding those dialogue mechanisms that are a bit run out in the region. Second, democracy. But not just democracy. It's the best system that we know. It grants citizens the opportunity to choose who we want to take the reins. But instead, democracy's relationship with development as a political system that allows us to create those opportunities. In view that democracy has failed in Latin America to respond to those citizen needs, we still have those challenges. And if we don't resolve them, we're going to continue seeing them get worse. 72% of a certain percentage of the population resides in democratic regimes, but in the region, 45% of Latin American citizens do not reside in a democracy. The danger here is, why will I go vote to choose who governs over me if that democracy is not going to help me? We need to struggle against that narrative that's installed itself, and with due reason, so that we can build that fabric between democracy and development. Lastly, integration. Latin America around the world and towards the world. Andrés Rugeles, in one of his articles, refers to the relationship between growth, productivity, and the struggle against poverty. Within that context, economic integration and cooperation is fundamental. How are we going to attract direct foreign investment if we're small markets, small countries? It's really different to do that, to do it disarticulatedly as to do it as a region. The transformations that the world is requiring in supply chains and value chains and relocating operations, globalization or deglobalization, these are all opportunities. Opportunities that we need to identify and that we need to work on. But let's not miss the opportunity. Lastly, the reflection that Guillermo shared on the challenge that we all confront with the agenda that has been defined by Washington. My country is in a difficult situation, just like Colombia. I think that a call to calm our emotions is key. We've been allies historically. They have been, they are, and they will continue being. So, amidst that alliance there are elements that may be concerning, then we need to talk about them. Which are they? The canal? That's not under discussion, but there are concerns. Which are they? Let's talk about them. I think that calling, which would have been timely if it would have been shared in Colombia, I think is what we should aim at in my country. I'd like to wrap up with the idea that we're left with by the authors. Andres touched on this at the beginning. the solution-driven region. I loved that. And the call to take the necessary steps so that the region become the solution-driven region. My recognition and congratulations for this extraordinary input, so pertinent and rigorous, deep, strategic, that you gift us today. It invites us to reflect, and it offers many elements to continue and advance as a region. Thank you. After hearing these three speakers, given the importance, it is an honor and it brings great satisfaction professionally and personally to participate in this space. On one hand, an extensive relation for years. And these authors, Guillermo, we have some historic experiences that go, I don't want to say how many decades back or centuries. And with little Andres, as I call him, we worked very closely. He was my right hand when I worked at CAF, when I was presiding. Both their tenacity and their vocation, which translates specifically into the nature of this effort that they've carried out. It is evident that this book has been an effective contribution. It brings up the current realities, and it does so not only by crying about the past, but it does so by seeking how to route our region, to seek solutions, long-term solutions. Evidently, this region, notwithstanding everything that's been said by all three speakers, Isabel said it clearly, with all the potentiality that we have, nonetheless, we've lost importance. I said this yesterday at the political table, that our Latin America, which at the beginning of the 60s was considered the developing region with more potential to success. And we fell behind. Imagine this. I'll quote again. The income per capita for Latin America in 1966 was 4 times that of South Korea. Now it is inverse. We, in trade, towards the end of the 50s, we represented over 13% of world trade. Nowadays, less than 5%. And the delicate part here is that we are the region with the worst wealth distribution. That's the bad news. Now, what's the good news? Good news is that we have all the potential. We heard about this concern given the changes in times and the situation in the last few weeks. It's been a shock. Namely, the fights that have taken place, President Trump's expressions and the response from some presidents is showing that we are going through a convulsion. But everything is not bad. I think this is a great contribution from all your work, and it is a reason to reflect and to say, we cannot continue this way. We cannot continue fragmented. We cannot continue fighting. We cannot continue obeying this philosophy that says that what's been done by people in the past is useless. leaders start to come up with new theories. This resurgence in nationalism, systemic, chronic, and recurrent. What does it mean? The new head of state, the new minister, the new bartender, the first thing they do is say, today history starts and everything in the past is useless, and they offer short-term ideas. What we're seeing now should invite us to reflect. We need to find a way to strengthen democracy. And for that, institutionality is fundamental. We need solid institutions. To establish executives and professionals in the public sector that are qualitable, not only because of political sympathy or friendship. We need to practice transparency and ethics in our behavior. That is also fundamental. It's been said clearly that in this region, we need to take up integration. I remember 30 or 40 years ago, there was a lot of enthusiasm when we talked about integration. It was being sought in all realms to improve the current situation in the Andean community, in Central America, in Mercosur, ACLAC, South-South cooperation, etc. And on the other hand, the hemispheric summits with the U.S. All that fell behind. We need to rebuild. The most important thing here is, how do we manage for leaders to behave as leaders? It's been said here, not focus on GDP or speak hastily. Don't be rough or pick fights. Nowadays we see fights that are not very pleasing, not very protocol driven, and we need to correct those mistakes. In summary, I would say that this book, just as the previous one that Andres wrote in Oxford, provides the necessary reflections for us to seriously consider and stimulate in our countries, that we take action with maturity, looking to the future, seeking strategies that do not just belong to a government, but that belong to a generation. To do what the Asian countries have done, of having a long-term outlook. Those of us that know about China have seen that. But of course, the observation is that while those countries have achieved maintaining consistency in their policies, we have not. But the underlying question is, these are not democratic countries. So the challenge is, how is it that in democracy we can arrive at the necessary consensuses? So to have a holistic long-term strategy and integrate the economy, society, the environment upon the baseline to transform productivity, to create solid institutionality based on principles that separate power and other aspects. So this is all intended to stimulate you so that you enjoy the book. These are short articles and they are deep. They touch on all these aspects. So tonight, instead of going out for drinks or flying copa, read the book so you can get enriched. Guillermo has always been a hard worker. I've had the chance of working with him and convincing him to work with me. And Andres presided for many years. He works like a poor Chinese person. I'll share an anecdote. One day, I was in Caracas and I call at 10:30 p.m. 11. It was an urgent matter. And his wife, who is a saint, answers and she says, "Hey, how you doing?" And I say, can I talk to Andres? And she says, no, he's not here. No, he's not here. He's at the office. He's working. And I said, oh my Lord, what is this guy doing working at this time? I'm going to go check. So I called the office, and he was there. That's the type of effort. I congratulate both of you. It is an honor to have shared with you, with my good friend, Isabel. We have a lot of stories together. Go way back. Thank you very much. Read the book.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thanks to our speakers for this valuable resource for those who want to understand and act on the challenges and opportunities for our region. We would encourage you to read it and contribute to the dialogue. Thank you very much. We have reached the moment to conclude this event. Thank you for accompanying us with this in this event, Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean 2025. This is just the beginning of a more promising future for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.